Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the Special Magistrate Virtual Hearing Agenda for April 29, 2021. Could all city staff wishing to be heard at today's hearing, please stand and raise your right hand. Do you all swear and affirm to speak the truth at today's hearing?
Yes.
Thank you. For the record, all city staff has been sworn in. Our first case is on page 26. Supervisor Stephanie Bass, case number CE-1911-0028, case address 323 Mola Avenue, owner Ashita Homestead LLC, and this case is a continuance. Good morning, Oscar. Can you raise your right hand, please? Hi, do you swear and affirm to speak the truth at today's proceedings?
I do.
Thank you so much.
Good morning, Your Honor. Supervisor Stephanie Bass, on behalf of the city of Fort Lauderdale, presenting case CE-1911-0028, 323 Mola Avenue. This property was first originally cited on November 1st, 2019 for the following violation: 47-19.3.F4. The seawall at this property is in disrepair. All property owners must maintain their seawalls in good repair. A seawall is presumed to be in disrepair if it allows for upland erosion, transfer of material through the seawall, or allows tidal waters to flow unimpeded through the seawall to adjacent properties or the city right of way. On March 30th, 2021, a remediation plan between the owner and the city was agreed upon. The city is now requesting a finding of fact that the violation does exist and 182 days to come into compliance, or a fine in the amount of $100 per day thereafter until complied.
Right, on behalf of the owner.
Good morning, sir. This is Oscar Soto for Ashita Homestead LLC. We have an agreed remedial plan between the city and the owner. The project is under construction. It was a complete demolish, and we've agreed that within that time frame, we're going to address that particular section of the southeast seawall. So yes, we have an agreed plan.
Okay. All right. For the record, I find that the violation does exist. 182 days to comply, $100 per day thereafter.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you.
Thank you. Our next case is on page 27. Inspector Paulette Del Grosso. For case number CE-2009-0879, case address 1326 Northeast 14th Avenue, owner Ronald and Margaret LaFlame, and this is an administrative hearing. Good morning, Ronald. Could you please raise your right hand?
Yes, this is Ronald LaFlamme.
Hi, do you swear and affirm to speak the truth at today's proceedings?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Thank you. Good morning, Your Honor. Inspector Del Grosso with the City of Fort Lauderdale. The case and address are as read. The property was originally inspected on Thursday, September 24th, 2020, and cited for the following violation: 24-7B. There is a bulk trash violation at this location. A 48-hour bulk trash notice was posted at the front door of the home. A reinspection was set 2 days later on a Saturday, a day in which I do not work, for my senior officer, Linda Holloway. When I returned to work on my regularly scheduled day on Monday, September 28th, I also re-inspected the property and found the bulk trash remained on the swale. I then submitted a request for city abatement, and the bulk trash team removed the items. Mr. LaFlamme, the owner, also owns the duplex next door that is occupied by tenants. It is reasonable to infer that even if the owner lives out of town, one of his tenants would have notified him of the pile of debris and/or the notice. Therefore, it is the city's position the hard costs associated with the trash removal are valid.
All right, on behalf of the owner.
Yes, thank you for allowing me the opportunity to speak today, Mr. Magistrate. As you can see on the photo on the right, there's a building that's under construction. It's to my south. And this property here, the yellow building that the trash was in front of, is my property. I had rented it to a fellow who had trouble licensing it as a Airbnb, so there was no one actually living in the house. Until March of this year, he's finally able to get the license issued for the vacation rental. And so at that time, when this violation occurred, there was no one at the property. And therefore, the notice was not seen by me, but the trash was not mine. You can see the boxes are all new appliances, and there's a bunch of pallets and things that was construction debris from the neighboring property, which they just placed in front of my property because no one is using it, and they needed the access for their construction trucks and trailers to come in and out of the yard and whatnot. And I think it was just a misunderstanding because, you know, it's not even on my land anyway. It's actually in the city right away, a pile of debris. And I just request a relief from the funds because I didn't put the trash there and I wasn't called. If the inspector had called me, I could have done something about it. But in 2 days or whatever that she allowed for it, we just didn't even hear about it, Your Honor.
All right, anything further from the city?
Your Honor, as a reminder, it was actually an additional 4 days from the time I posted the property. And I do have Mr. Laflamme's number now saved in my city cell phone. However, at the time, I didn't have a way of contacting him. And therefore, it was in the swale. And despite his argument that that was on city property, that's exactly why we have this ordinance to remove the trash when we see this situation.
All right, the city's position is absolutely correct. An administrative hearing, my only obligation is to determine whether or not the city complied with the ordinance. And it's clear from the evidence presented that the city did in fact comply with the ordinance. And I'm going to deny the owner's request in this appeal. Thank you.
Thank you, Your
Well,
Honor.
Thank you.
I have one other comment. You know, this is on my property you're alleging, but it's not my property. My property only goes out to the telephone pole. So it was illegally dumped trash that's not even on my property. It's the city right of way.
Sir, it's you're responsible for the swale area also.
I'm not responsible to pay for illegal dumping. I filed a police report and everything. I mean, I don't understand what this. I shouldn't have to pay for the removal. Bulk trash came the next day anyway and picked up in that neighborhood, so.
Okay, next case, please.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you. Our next case is on page 29. It's a hearing to impose fines. Inspector James Fetter. Case number CE 20081132. Case address 309 Southwest 13th Street. Owner Gregory McAloon. This case was first heard on 1. The respondent has left the room, so we're going to call a different case. Sorry, James. Our next case is on page 30. Senior Inspector Dorian Cologne. Case number CE 201000749. Case address 2600 Northeast 30th Street. Owner Paul and Ruthie Wigata and Beth Nilsson. This property was cited on 10/20/2020 to comply by 10/22/2020. One section complied at $250 per day, $3,500 accrued, and the city is requesting full amount. Good morning, Paul. Can you raise your right hand, please?
Sure.
Thank you. Do you swear and affirm to speak the truth at today's proceedings?
Yes.
Thank you.
Good morning, Senior Inspector Cologne with the City of Fort Lauderdale. Case number is CE 20100749. Case address is 2600 Northeast 30th Street. This case was first opened on October 20th, 2020 by myself along with my trainee, Inspector Holder, and the following violation was observed. 18-1, there is an infestation of bees at this property that is creating a public nuisance. It is being maintained in such a manner that the property threatens or endangers the public health, safety, and welfare. A citation was issued allowing 48 hours for compliance or the daily accrual in the amount of $250 a day. And the violation is now in compliance. However, the city is requesting that the full amount of the fines to be imposed.
All right. On behalf of the owner.
Yes, can I speak?
Yes.
Hello? Hi,
You're just-
I'm the owner of the property. It's occupied by a tenant. I'm sorry? The home is occupied by a tenant. The first notice I received about this, since I don't live there, was actually from the neighbor who was complaining that there were bees in her yard. As soon as I found out from her, I called a pest control company who came out the next day. The neighbor, and I submitted the email as evidence. She basically said in the email, there's a gigantic beehive next to your shed in the back of your property. So that's what I told the pest control company. They came out and couldn't find anything. They looked around the shed, they looked around the property. There were no bees anywhere to be found. And there was no beehive. I then called the tenant who had not seen any notice posted on the property yet. She was completely unaware of this. She's a young, approximately 30-year-old female with a 4-year-old child who plays in the yard where these bees were supposedly, found. And she said she'd never seen a bee, had never seen a beehive, and couldn't find the bees either at this point. So I'd hired a pest control company immediately. I had the tenant look for this beehive and nobody could find the beehive. I had spoken to the inspector at some point during this time, and I'm not sure on what date, but she couldn't even tell me where the beehive was. So I did everything I could immediately, and nobody could tell me where the beehive was. I assumed at that point that the bees must have been coming from somewhere else. I then received another email from the neighbor approximately 9 or 10 days later asking me what the status was of the bees, that she was still seeing bees. I then spoke to her and emailed with her asking her exactly where these bees were because we could not find them. And all she could say was it was coming from the shed area. So I hired another company to come look at it, and they also could not find any beehive. I then asked her what her address was and if the pest control company person could meet her and she could point out where she was finding these bees. So they came back, they went to her address, then walked, I guess, to my property. She pointed to where the bees were coming from. And it turned out that there was a tiny hole in the cement brick wall that separated our properties, through which the beehive was actually inside the wall. The little tiny hole was covered by a branch of a palm tree, so nobody could see it. And at that point, the pest control company then arranged to fix this problem, and they came back a day or two later, patched the hole, and the problem was gone. I don't think I should be fined. I did everything humanly possible to address this issue. Nobody could find this beehive, not even the inspector could tell me where the problem was, and I acted on it immediately. I have a letter from the tenant stating the same. I have copies of the emails from my interaction with the neighbor as well as with the inspector. And I also have the receipts of the both pest control companies. The pest control company, the first one, and I'll just read it. It says, checked entire area of home and shed in back of property. No bee activity was seen. No bee activity was seen at the time of inspection. No sources were spotted within the vicinity of the home or the shed. And that's the day after, that's on the 10/21. Supposedly they posted this notice on 10/20, which neither the tenant nor I were aware of. The notice I received was actually at my business office days later. So I actually started this process before I even actually received notice from the city.
Right. Thank you, sir.
Your Honor, so when we received the complaint came in from the neighbor, and myself, along with Inspector Holder, both witnessed that she had a welt on her body, and so did her 6-year-old son. They were both stung by the bees. We both observed the bees in the back, and it wasn't at the shed. It was behind the fence that was adjacent to the shed. And Inspector Holder was in constant contact with the property owner. And we did go to the property in the beginning, and his tenant did come out and speak with us, but she was being very uncooperative, and she would not allow us access to the backyard. She did say that there were no bees back there, that her kids are back there all the time, and that she thought that there was no bees back there. So Inspector Holder did contact the property owner and was in constant contact with him via email and telephone. So he is correct that he did send out a pest control company as soon as she had made contact with them. However, they did not find the beehive. The neighbor was in contact with him as well. And it took another pest control company to come out to locate the bees.
And also, this is a citation case. So-
It was a citation, correct?
And no appeal was received.
Not to my knowledge, no.
Okay, and so the violation is therefore admitted. So considering all the factors of this case, I think the city's position is well taken. It's a citation case, no appeal was taken, so the violation is admitted. And I'm going to grant the city's request to impose the fines of $3,500. Thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you. Our next case is on page 30 with Senior Inspector Dorian Cologne. Case number CE 20030268. Case address 2990 West Broad Boulevard. Owner 7-Eleven Inc. Thank you, Dorian. She's not in the room. The respondent is not in the room. Our next case is on page 34. Inspector Gail Williams. For case number CE 20120758, case address 2619 Marion Drive. Owner 2619 Marion Villa LLC. This property was settled on 12/22/2020 to comply by 12/23/2020. One section complied at $400 per day, $44,800 accrued, and the city is requesting full amount. Tristan, can you please raise your right hand? Do you swear and affirm to speak the truth at today's proceedings?
Yes.
Thank you.
Good morning, Your Honor. Inspector Gail Williams for the city of Fort Lauderdale, proceeding case CE 201-20758, address 2619 Marion Drive. This property is being utilized as a vacation rental with an expired certificate of compliance from the city. On December 22nd, 2020, property was found advertising and possible renting. The following violation, 15-281.A, was cited and a citation issued. This is a repeat violation of case CE 2011061. On December 2nd, 2020, the property was found advertising with an expired certificate. The city is requesting the full amount to be imposed.
All right, on behalf of the owner.
Yes, hi, Your Honor. Unfortunately, the owners of this property are elderly and they did not want to continue with the vacation rental process due to COVID reasons. They did not realize that they had to do anything at that point when they didn't want to renew the license. And they were actually staying in the property. It was an owner occupied property. I did meet with Gail this past week and we did renew the license just so that we could try to figure out how to, be in compliance, even though they are still owner occupied and not renting it at this point. But what had happened is, and I did submit some documentation and evidence, when the property had been taken down off of the different platforms, someone had taken the pictures and the information from the property and were fraudulently marketing a property that looked like had our pictures, the pictures from our property, but was not, obviously was not the owners of this property. So, I did explain all that to Gail and, we did go through the process of getting everything renewed just so that we don't run into the situation again. But we've been, the owners being elderly are not very tech savvy. They asked me to step in and to meet with VRBO or go online with VRBO and with Airbnb and try to get these fraudulent accounts removed, which I was able to do with VRBO. I had to fight with Airbnb for quite some time, but I finally was able to get it removed off of Airbnb as well. So I did submit the documentation of the correspondence that I had, and I do apologize. I wish the owners would have reached out to me sooner, but they're elderly couple. They didn't really understand what was going on and they weren't renting it, so they didn't know what else to do. I'm just asking, we're in compliance now, and I did everything once I got, once this was presented to me, I got everything submitted to the city. We'd had our inspection, we brought everything into compliance, and I'm just asking that, Your Honor, abate this so that these, this elderly couple doesn't have to pay ridiculous amount in fines for something that they just didn't know. They didn't know what to do.
Ms. Montoya, this is another citation case and no appeal was received. All right, can you?
Yes, Your Honor. Thank you. Rana Montoya Hassan with the City Attorney's Office. And as Your Honor stated with the previous case, unfortunately, the language in the ordinance is mandatory. If there's no appeal taken, it says the fine shall be imposed. Perhaps they could, and Ms. Williams may be able to speak to this, go through a lien reduction, but based upon the clear and unambiguous language of the ordinance, unfortunately, I think the fines are required to be imposed.
I apologize. Was there, and I'm here as a representative. So was there the ability for them to appeal at some point? Because from what my understanding is, and I apologize because I'm coming in kind of, in the back end of this. All I know is that they received, a letter was actually sent to their attorney, who's the registered agent, about this special magistrate. That's the only thing that they have received in regards to this. So I don't, they didn't really have an opportunity to appeal from the documentation that was submitted. The dated letter of April 12th, 2021 was sent to Dan Jacobson, who's the lawyer on record, the registered agent for the LLC. And basically it was just a civil violation and that we needed to appear between a special magistrate. I don't see any documentation that was ever submitted that gave them the opportunity to appeal. And I apologize. Like I said, I'm just coming in to try to assist them in this manner because they are very elderly and, they've been so scared with COVID.
Going back, as I understood what you were telling me, okay, Tristan.
Yes.
Right, is that someone else was listing this property who is
Yeah,
not?
so Yeah, so what we discovered, after after them saying that it was listed, is we discovered that someone had taken the pictures of this property and the name of the property and was fraudulently listing it on these platforms. And in going to it's like the trust and safety division of like VRBO and Airbnb. Basically what they find is they research the account, and these are big companies, so it's not like you're speaking to someone over the phone. You're doing everything through email and through submissions online, which the owners of this property have no idea how to do. So what I found is that they had there were listings that had the pictures of their property with all of their information being marketed. And it's kind of like a bait and switch type of thing from what they're telling me that these people do, is that people book the property and then they switch them to a different property that's not as expensive, but they're getting all of that money marketing, a more expensive property with prettier pictures and more things like that. This property has been was a vacation rental for almost 6 years, sir. So they were in compliance and they did everything they should do. It's just unfortunate with the COVID situation. They were so scared to have anyone in their home at all that they said, we're just not, back in March when everything broke out, they said, we're not going to do this anymore because they were just so fearful. And I guess someone just took advantage of them, being that, they don't really know much about the technology.
All right.
And I did submit the evidence from VRBO, sir. I don't know if you see it, but there was they can't tell us what they did, but they can just tell us that the accounts were removed off of the platform, that they did find that they were fraudulent.
It seems to me that these arguments and these facts would better be presented through a formal application for lien reduction.
Okay.
So here's what I'm going to do. City want to add anything further?
No, Your Honor, other than, understanding everything that she stated in reference to the property, this is a repeat violation that was cited once before for advertising. In reference to also the mailing address, yes, it was mailed to 901 South Federal Highway, Suite 201, Fort Lauderdale. So the information is mailed to the correct person that is on file with BCPA.
Yeah, that's the registered agent on the LLC. So, but we didn't get any ability to appeal. All we received was the actual magistrate information. So I had no idea anything about the appeal process or the ability to appeal, or I would have 100% done that. And I apologize.
On the citation?
Excuse me?
The information regarding the right to appeal and the appellate process, is that not on the citation?
Yes, sir, it is.
Yeah, the only thing that we've received, we didn't receive a citation, sir. We just received the documentation about the special magistrate hearing being scheduled.
Well, it is mailed and posted on the property as well.
Yeah, if it was posted on the property, I apologize that they never received it, because they were literally, locked in their house for quite some time due to this COVID scare. They wouldn't leave for months. It was difficult.
Where do the owners live?
They live here. This is their second home. It's an owner occupied home now because of the COVID situation, but they didn't want to leave because of COVID, and they didn't want to go out, and they were just too fearful.
All right, ma'am. Here's what I'm going to do, and I realize it's a substantial amount of money, but given the fact that there was a citation, and given the fact that no appeal was received, the violation at this stage is deemed to be admitted. What I'm going to do is grant the city's request for the imposition of a fine and advise you that you have a right the owner has a right to seek a reduction of that lien, all right, through a separate proceeding, because I think that the information that you're telling me that someone else was listing the property, et cetera, is really better decided and addressed through a documented formal request for a lien reduction. So
Okay.
that is my, thank you.
Thank you
Great,
so
thank
much,
you.
sir. Thank you, Inspector Williams. Have a good day.
Thank you, same to you.
Thank you. Our next case is on page 25. Captain Robert Kersawich. Case number FC 21010015, case address 506 Southeast 16th Street, owner Bridge 2 at 16th Street LLC. This property was posted on 4/8/21 and posted at City Hall on 4/15/21.
Okay, good morning.
Good morning, Your Honor. I believe we're waiting on a respondent.
Yes, his computer is still loading him into the room. Good morning, Mr. Katz. Could you please read your right hand?
Yes, can you say that again? Sorry, my internet went out.
No worries. Can you please raise your right hand? Do you swear and affirm to speak the truth at today's proceedings?
I do.
Thank you.
Good morning, Your Honor. Captain Robert Kersawich, Fort Lauderdale Fire Marshal's Office, here present case number FC 21010015 for the property address of 506 Southeast 16th Street. Property is cited in reference to NFPA 1:19.1.2. Combustible waste and material is accumulated in a manner that creates a fire hazard to life or property. That violation is complied. Municipal Order Section 9-313. Address is not posted in accordance with the code. That violation is complied. NFPA 1.7.7.2. There's storage in the electric meter room. That violation is also complied. NFPA 101.7.10.5.2.1. The exit signs do not illuminate as designed. NFPA 101.7.9.2.1. The emergency light does not illuminate as designed. And NFPA 1.4.5.8.1, the fire alarm is not functioning as designed and installed. And the last violation of NFPA 113.6.4.3.2.1, the fire extinguishers have not been serviced and tagged by a certified person within the last 12 months. That violation is also complied. Your Honor, as you can see, we've got compliance for the violations that are on this case, because I have been working with the owners on the property and they have been respondent and putting this property into compliance once I received the case from the territory fire inspector. And they have advised that they anticipate probably within a week, and we can hear from them, that they would be able to bring this property into full compliance, but we would support 28 days. And let's hear from the respondents then.
28 days or
$100 a day thereafter.
all right. Who's going to speak on behalf of the owner? Mr. Katz?
I am the owner.
All right. Do you understand what the inspector said?
Can you hear me?
All right. You have any problem with that?
Yes, I do.
Tell me what it is.
No, we should be in compliance within a week. We already have Broward Fire on everything. I have to comply with the remaining violations within 28 days, or it's $100 a day afterward.
Correct. You have 28. The city's requesting to give you 28 days to comply with the 3 remaining violations. And you said you had objections.
Understood.
Now's the time to state them.
Your Honor, he said he agrees. He's just
I don't have any objections, sir.
his computer is delayed, so he's answering that yes, he understands, but he's answering after you
Yeah, I
ask
have,
Okay, all right. I found the 3 remaining violations do exist. 28 days to comply, $100 per day thereafter. All right. I find the 3 remaining violations do exist. 28 days to comply.
thank you very much.
There on each.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you. We are recalling the case on page 29 with Inspector James Fetter. Case number CE 200811132, case address 309 Southwest 13th Street. Owner Gregory McAloon. This case was first heard on 11421 to comply by 12421. 4 sections not complied at $100 per day. $38,000 accrued, and the city is requesting full amount, and fines continue to accrue. Good morning, Greg. Can you please raise your right hand? Do you swear and affirm to speak the truth at today's proceedings?
I do.
Thank you.
Yes, James Fetter for the city of Fort Lauderdale. The property has not come into compliance and the fines are continuing to accrue.
All right. On behalf of the owner,
Hi, I am the owner. This case is currently being appealed within the 17th Judicial Circuit, so I just respectfully request that any imposition of fines be delayed until the outcome of that case, just so there's no conflicting decisions.
these, according to the city, none of these violations are in compliance. That
correct? Correct. And questions of law are currently being contemplated in the 17th Judicial Circuit based on the appellate process. So I would just respectfully wait till any imposition of fines until that appeal plays out to make sure that I fully exhausted my rights. I could simply move the boat, but imposing a fine of $40,000 when I've been extremely involved just does not seem reasonable in any situation.
well, but you've been out of compliance for 95 days.
Correct, because I've appealed the decision that was recently made in the 17th Judicial Circuit because I don't agree with the interpretation of law. And so it's currently being appealed and it's currently in the appellate process. If the court tells me that the city's position is correct, I'll have the boat moved the next day. If it's incorrect, then I just wouldn't want to face the jeopardy of having gone through all this effort and then still have a bill of $50,000 hanging over my head when I'm just a property owner trying to make it.
Well, we can talk about the liens and the amount of the fine once you come into compliance.
Well, again, sir, it's being appealed, and I just would prefer to not have to deal with all the conflicts which occur.
Your Honor, if I could?
Yes, certainly.
Thank you. Ronald Montoya Hassan with the City Attorney's Office. I think what council is requesting is a stay in any further enforcement pending the outcome of the appeal. I'm in agreement with that. I believe that's what he's asking for. And certainly if the appellate court agrees with the city, we can impose the fine after the decision has been rendered. If he's correct, then at the end of the day, arguably, his property will have been clouded by a lien that could be found invalid. So I'm in agreement with council that we can stay any further action on this particular case pending outcome with the Circuit Court Appellate Division.
All right. So formally then, for the record, would
I guess we'll just continue the case, Your Honor, perhaps until such time as the Circuit Court Appellate renders its decision. That would be what I would suggest.
all right. I'm going to grant that request.
Thank you, sir.
Okay. Let's see, you want to bring this back in, what's the status of the appeal? Mr. McAloon?
He may have gotten off, Your Honor. It hasn't been fully briefed yet. And my experience lately has been, sometimes the court has been fairly quick. And then on the flip side, we just had a case from 2018 resolve itself with the Circuit Court Appellate. So I think it's very difficult for either counsel to probably ascertain how quickly they're going to rule. My experience lately, like I said, has been sort of all over the board. It could be 3 months, it could be a year. I'm not really sure. The city's brief response is not due yet, so it hasn't been fully briefed for the court's consideration.
All right, well, let's do this. Let's continue the case for 90 days. Let's come back and see the status in 90 days.
That's fair. Thank you.
Yeah, but will be 91 days, July 29th. All right.
Thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Good morning, Mr. Seiler. I see you have your hand raised. Is there anything we can help you with?
I sent an email to Rhonda Montoya Hassan letting her know that I got a call last night at 11 o'clock about my next door neighbor's property at 3015 Seville Street. And I'm sorry, I was trying to, 3015 Seville Street. And so I just wanted to, and I literally got the email from them at like 10:50 or 11 o'clock last night saying that this was set for this morning. I didn't get a notice, and I represent the neighboring property, but the wall in dispute, and there's no dispute now between us. The wall is on their property, but it's holding up our land, if you look at the picture. So we can't have them replace the wall without coordinating.
I'm sorry, Mr. Seiler, we were just checking to see if there's something we can assist you with. We haven't actually called the case as of yet.
Okay, so how do I was trying to get into the hearing, and because I just got this thing at 11 last night, I wasn't able to register.
No, sir, we received your registration and you are in the hearing.
Okay, thank you. So I'll just wait for it to be called?
Yes, sir. There are a few respondents before you.
No problem. I thought I was called on there. Sorry about that.
No worries. Thank you. Our next case is on page 29. Inspector Michael Jordan, case number CE 20120224, case address 1415 Southwest 1st Street, numbers 1 through 8. Owner, Modest Nook LLC. This property was cited on 12/8/2020 to comply by 12/9/2020. One section complied at $250 per day, $3,500 accrued, and the city is requesting full amount. Good morning, Stacy. Please raise your right hand. Do you swear and affirm to speak the truth at today's proceedings?
Yes, I do.
Sorry, case number.
20120224, Your Honor.
Got it. Got it.
Good morning, Your Honor. Officer Michael Jordan for the City of Fort Lauderdale Code Compliance Division, presenting case number CE 20120224. Property address is 1415 Southwest 1 Street, also known as Arapica Street, in the City of Fort Lauderdale. This is a case of violation of 18-12A, trash overrunning, trash on the property. There's overgrowth, trash, debris, rubbish on the property. The case was complied after 14.
Sorry.
Did the respondent have something she wanted to say?
I don't know if you could hear me. Sorry. No, I was just letting you speak. I'm sorry.
Yes, ma'am. I presented the case already, so we can hear from you now at this point.
Oh, okay. Well, sorry, there's a lot of background noise. Basically it was you stated it was removed within 14 days. That wasn't 14 days. I believe I spoke to you and I got it within 24 hours taken care of. It was over the weekend. So I think when you came back, you were able to, I guess, to review that, but I sent you pictures and that's why I don't remember if it was you or someone else. I sent pictures showing that it has been picked up and it was done in a timely manner to not get fined. It got cut off, so I didn't hear how much the fine was, but I did have to pay obviously extra to have some. I had actually paid the city and I paid someone else to not have to wait for the city to go. As a matter of fact, I have receipts payable to the city of Fort Lauderdale.
The city maintains this position. The property was in violation for the 14 days. The respondent did call me, and the day after she called me, I did go out and comply the case.
Okay. Yeah, citation was issued, no appeal received. Okay, so I'm going to. Yeah, all right, sorry. This is a citation that was issued for $250 per day, was out of compliance for 14 days.
Correct, sir.
I'm going to grant the city's request to impose the fine of $3,500.
Thank you, Your Honor. Thank you, ma'am.
Wow. But Your Honor, I can't hear you very well, but Your Honor, even though I sent proof that it wasn't 14 days, it was before, and I could send receipts as well, showing that I paid the city of Fort Lauderdale, and I also paid someone extra to get that removed.
Thank you very much. I've made my rule.
Thank you. Our next case is on page 8. Inspector Gustavo Caracas, case number CE 21010340, case address 1405 Southwest First Streets, numbers 1 through 3. Owner Gerald George V. Property posted 3/22/21, posted at City Hall 4/15/21. Good morning, Mr. George. Please raise your right hand. Do you swear to affirm to speak the truth at today's proceedings? We can't hear you. Can you please check your?
Mr. George, if you can hear us, we can't hear you. So please check the settings on your microphone or try to mute and unmute again. No, you're muted now, sir. No, sir, still cannot hear you. If you check down next to your mute button, there's a microphone icon and the arrow pointing up next to it. I would suggest you change the setting on your microphone to see if another setting works there.
What about now?
Yes, sir. Now I can hear you. Thank you.
Okay.
So, Mr. George, do you swear to affirm to speak the truth at today's proceedings?
Yes.
Thank you.
Good morning, Your Honor. Inspector Caracas for the City of Fort Lauderdale, Co-Compliance Inspector, presenting case number CE 21010340 for the property located at 1405 Southwest First Street. Inspection of the property was performed on January 11th, 2021, and cited for the following violations: 18-4C complied, 18-12A complied, 9-304B. The gravel driveway on the swell and the right-of-way is not well graded and thus free. The cement parking spaces is cracked and and/or is in disrepair. Courtesy notice was actually posted on the property on January 11th and also mailed as listed on BCPA, allowing 10 days to come into compliance. There has been recently contact with the owner of the property. Notice of hearing was posted on the property on March 22nd of 2021. And the pre-hearing inspection was done on April 26th. And pictures presented here are taken to confirm the existing violation has not been brought into compliance. The city is requesting 35 days to come into compliance or a fine of $50 for the violation that exists.
I'm sorry, how many days?
35 days, sir, or $50 for the violation that exists.
Okay, on behalf of the owner.
Yes. Well, I'm in the process of complying with the driveway. The driveway needs to be repaired because they're disarray from the roots of the tree. I have permits that are in the process of getting it taken care of, and the gravel on the swale I had bought. As you see, it's new and it's fresh gravel that I had just purchased and had a truck dump the contents on the swale. As for the debris, I've cleaned up the debris that was around. So I'm in the process of complying, and I just need a little bit more time.
Okay.
Your Honor, just to be clear, yes, the owner of the property has actually taken actions to repair the 9-4B violation. And yes, he's halfway done. The only thing that is required of him is basically the parking spaces that are made out of cement, basically to repair them. So unfortunately, we can't separate the gravel driveway from the cement driveway, but it's one whole violation. He's actually right. He's doing it slowly but surely. He's coming along. We're requesting 35 days, but if you feel that he needs more time, I will not oppose to that, sir.
Let's do 42 days. I find the violation does exist. 42 days to come. 42 days to comply, $50 per day thereafter.
Okay.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Our next case is also on page 8, Inspector Gustavo Caracas. Case number CE 21020912, case address 401 Northeast 8th Street, owner 401 Northeast 8th Street LLC, property posted 4/5/21, posted at City Hall 4/15/21.
Good morning, Your Honor. Inspector Caracas for the City of Fort Lauderdale Code Compliance Inspector, presenting case number CE 21020912 for the property located at 401 Northeast 8th Street. Inspection of the property was performed on March 1st, 2021, and cited for the following violations. 47-19.4.D.1 complied. 18-12A, there's overgrowth, trash, rubbish, and debris on the property and on its swale. This case is presented to the special magistrate as a recurring violation for prior cases, CE 18-09-0140, CE 19-01-0121, whether or not it comes into compliance before the hearing. Courtesy notice was posted on the property on March 1st, allowing 10 to 30 days to come into compliance. Contact has been made with the property owner. Notice of hearing was posted on the property on April 5th of 2021. Pre-hearing inspection was done on April 26th. The pictures presented here were taken to confirm the violation did exist, but again, sir, this is only a finding of fact for 18-12A. We have full compliance on the actual case itself, sir.
All right, on behalf of the owner.
Thank you, Judge.
Good morning. For the record, Mr. Cohen has already been sworn in.
Hi, Judge. How are you? Brad Cohen on behalf of the property owner, 401 Northeast 8th Street LLC. I know that we complied, and if you look at those pictures, Judge, you can see so the dumpster was moved. That was part of it. So that wasn't a finding of fact. But in regards to the finding of fact for the trash, literally the area that it's in, and I don't know if you're familiar with it, but it's on Northeast 8th Street and 4th Avenue, which is, I think, coined the Mass District area, which is a little bit east of Flagler Village, which is a warehouse district. They hold several street fairs, and there are other businesses in the area. There's a recording studio across the street, several bars down the street from our location. I have a cleaning crew that comes in, now organized cleaning crew, that comes in every other day to make sure that everything's complied with and clean. But if you look at those pictures, there's not even there. When I went and I got notified by Julio that there might have been some trash in the area, I went immediately that day, and I also emailed Julio and Gus, the inspectors, and I said, if you could show me. Like, I went there. There was like a couple cups, and like a bottle that was on the sidewalk. And those sidewalks are brand new, actually. We purchased the building, and then we put in all new windows, doors. The sidewalks were just placed in there. If you could see, that's fresh concrete. So I'm very proud of the property. I keep it as clean as possible. If you look at those pictures, even the sidewalks are spotless, even in the pictures. The only debris you see is the rubble from the concrete. So the day that we got this fine, and the only reason I'm making a record is because I know there's no fine, and Gus is a great guy. He does a nice job. But I said that day, please just let me know, because I'm very proud of the property. I think the neighborhood's a great neighborhood. And just let me know where the trash is, because I only saw a couple cups. I took some pictures. I sent those pictures to the inspectors, but I didn't notice any trash on that property that day. And out of the properties that are in that neighborhood, I would consider mine one of the cleanest. There's a property across the street that often has debris and trash, and I even try to clean that up. I even have my guys clean that up, because I think the neighborhood's a great neighborhood. So when we say we should have a finding of fact here, I think it should be based on some evidence in the record, or some pictures of the actual trash that I'm being notified of. And again, I'm not trying to make a big deal about it. I'm just proud of the property, and I don't want this to be a black smudge on the property to say it's a reoccurring thing, when I have this team of cleaners that come in on the weekends and during the weekdays.
All right, Mr. Caracas, or someone on behalf of the city. Yeah.
Good morning, Special Magistrate Julio Davila, Code Compliance Supervisor. So as Mr. Cohen stated, yes, there's been great cooperation recently, and we are happy that now that we're in communication, that the place looks a lot better. As a matter of fact, this most recent case came as a result of a complaint, and even the complainants have stated that they've seen a difference in it. But this is just a finding of fact to make sure that, in the future, it remains this way, with the cooperation of Mr. Cohen and his tenants.
All right. I'm sorry. So tell me what the city's recommendation. You're still seeking a finding of fact?
Just a finding of fact.
All right. Well, in the pictures, does the picture on the screen depict the trash or debris, rubbish?
Yes, sir. These pictures were actually taken on the 26th of my inspection. The property owner actually complied yesterday in regards to the dumpster being removed from the city swell, and in regards to the miscellaneous trash, it's just a repeat violation, a recurring violation. I'm sorry, for cases that were brought up in the past. And again, this is just a finding of fact, sir.
All right. Okay. Based upon the testimony of the inspector, I'm going to make a finding of fact that the violation did exist. Thank you.
Thank you.
And Judge, you're making those pictures part of the record for the finding of fact that you said that it existed, correct?
Certainly, the record is there.
Thank you, sir.
Our next case is on page 10. Inspector Gustavo Caracas, case number CE 20110140, case address 1229 Miami Road, owner Pat to Investments LLC in care of Upside Management LLC. Property posted 4521, posted at City Hall 41521. Good morning, Ms. Angie. Can you please raise your right hand? Do you swear and affirm to speak the truth at today's proceedings?
Yes, I do.
Thank you.
Good morning, Your Honor. Inspector Caracas for the City of Fort Lauderdale Code Compliance Inspector presenting case number CE 20110140 for the property located at 1229 Miami Road. Inspection of the property was performed on November 4th of 2020 and cited for the following violations. 18-4C, there are derelict vehicles or trailers on the swale or on the property. This case will be presented to the special magistrate as a recurring violation for CE 170-32154, whether or not it comes into compliance before the hearing. 18-12A, there's overgrowth, trash, rubbish, and debris on the property and on its swale. This case will be presented to the special magistrate as a recurrent violation for CE 170-32329, whether or not it comes into compliance before the hearing. 9-306, the exterior building walls have not been maintained. Structural parts, including fascia and soffits, are in disrepair. There are areas of the exterior that have stains and missing peeling paint. 9-308B, there's debris, trash, or other elements which is not permanent on the roof. There are tree branches overhanging and encroaching of the roof. For the record, sir, let me put 9-308B as complied. 9-304B, there are vehicles, trailers parked on the grass lawn area. Gravel driveways are not well graded and are dust free. 9-305B, the landscape at this property is not being maintained in a neat and well-kept appearance. There's dead foliage, palm fronds on the trees. There are areas of dead or missing ground cover. 9-305A is complied. Courtesy notice was issued to the property on November 4th, 2020, allowing 10 days to come into compliance. Contact has been made with the property representative. Pre-hearing notice of hearing was posted on the property on January 13 of 2021. And a pre-hearing inspection was done on April 5th, 2021. Pictures presented here were taken to confirm the following violations are not brought into compliance. The city is requesting the following 35 days to come into compliance or a daily fine of $50 for each violation that exists.
35 days.
35 days or $50 for each violation that exists.
How many
35 days or $50 for each of the violation that exist.
Okay, on behalf of the owner.
Good morning, Your Honor. I've been in full contact with Mr. Gustavo, and we have complied with most of the violations he has given us, with the exception of the driveway gravel and the exterior fascia peeling paint. The owner at this moment does not have the funds to continue with the rest of the violation, as the driveway gravel is a $20,000 project. Also, it's not into the violation. I did walk the property with Mr. Gustavo. He mentioned the back fence as well, and permits should be pulled already to replace that fence in the back. He's just requesting more time for the exterior walls in the driveway. Unfortunately, he just does not have the funds at this time to do a 20 grand project.
Anything further from the city?
No, sir. If you see fit to extend it, the city does not oppose.
Right. As to 18-4C and 18-12A, I'm going to make a finding of fact that those violations did exist. Through remaining violations, I find that the violations do exist. 9-308B was complied, correct?
9-308B is complied. Yes, sir.
Okay. The remaining violations, I find they do exist. I'm going to grant 56 days to comply, $50 per day thereafter on each.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Okay,
Thank you.
Thank you. Our next case is on page 1. Senior Inspector Linda Holloway, case number CE 20-121087, case address 428 Southwest 23rd Avenue. Owner Pedro Fernando Moros and Christina Harden Moros. Property posted 4/17/21, posted at City Hall 4/15/21.
Good morning, sorry.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Good morning, Pedro and Brenda. Can you both please raise your right hands? Do you swear and affirm to speak the truth at today's proceedings?
I do.
Yes, I do.
Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. Inspector Linda Holloway on behalf of the city, presenting case CE 201-21087, property address 428 Northwest 23rd Avenue. This property was cited on January 14th, 2021, and the following violations were observed. 47-21.16.8. There is a dying, exotic, non-native, invasive Norfolk tree that is in declining health and should be removed. The tree in this condition threatens or endangers public health, safety, and welfare, or which could foreseeably cause or spread disease or infestation to surrounding plant life. It is also, it is hereby prohibited and declared to be a public nuisance. Violation 1812A was complied. At the time of my inspection, I was unsure if the property was occupied or unoccupied. I posted a 10-day nuisance violation notice on the property, allowing 10 days to comply, as well as an inspection report allowing to comply for the trash and debris, as well as an inspection report allowing 30 days to remove the tree, including the stump, with no permit being required to remove this type of tree. I mailed the original copy of the inspection report to the owner on BCPA. I've been in contact with both the owner of the property, Pedro, as well as the complainant. The city is requesting 35 days to comply or a fine of $25 per day thereafter for the violation that remains.
All right, on behalf of the owner.
Your Honor, can you hear me? Your Honor, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, good morning. Thank you. So yes, Your Honor, this past year has actually been very difficult for me, with multiple elderly family members being struck with COVID. And you know, that has not only impacted me emotionally, but also financially. And, you know, I recognize this tree needs to be removed. However, based on the quotes that I've received, it's going to cost me about $3,000 to do. And to be honest, Your Honor, I don't have that money right now. What I'm asking is that the city allow me 1 year to save up money for, you know, removing the tree. Like I can even get like on a payment plan with the city to make sure that I'm putting the money aside each month for this purpose. You know, I don't want to have to go into debt to take care of this because of the situation. And when I presented this to Inspector Holloway, who by the way has been very cooperative and professional She didn't object to this situation. That's when she suggested that we have this hearing. And so I'm asking if this is possible.
And I do believe that we have a a complainant that would like to speak as well.
All right, someone else wants to speak?
Yes, Brenda Flowers, can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you.
Okay. I'm Brenda Flowers and I own the property next door to this property. I'm at 424 Northwest 23rd Avenue. And incidentally, when the lady announced this case, she said Southwest, but it's actually Northwest. Okay. Now, when I called this report in December, the tree was brown halfway down. Okay. Now it is completely brown for at least 1 month. Now I'm very concerned because Mr. Moros had a coconut palm in his backyard that was leaning on my property. I repeatedly asked him to cut it, but he wouldn't do it. In March of 2019, it fell on my roof. It caved part of my roof in. It was raining. My house got heavily wet inside. My insurance company paid over $10,000 to repair all of this damage. I had to have a mold mitigator to come in to dry out the walls. It was just awful. Mr. Moros wouldn't even pay part of the deductible for my insurance. My insurance canceled my policy. This tree, when it comes down, and it's going to come down pretty quick, and I'm sure it will, because the other tree came down very quick and he would do nothing. I was complaining about it for a couple of years. It will fall on my house the way it's leaning. So I'm begging you to have him remove this dead tree immediately. He gets good rent from these tenants. The tenants told me they pay $1,800 a month and they gave him first, last, and deposit. So, I think he can afford to do this rather than have me suffer the consequences without him taking any responsibility for this. That's all.
Anything else, Mr. Morrow?
Well, Your Honor, first of all, I wanted just to say that when the situation with the tree that was, she said it was hanging over her house. It wasn't hanging over her house. It was just a normal tree that had grown. And it happened to be that in one of the storms, the tree fell over. Like, I don't have any control of that. And, the fact that it fell onto her house, to the extent that I can, I apologize for that, but that's out of my control. Like, if a hurricane or something, storm comes over and knocks over a tree and falls off someone else's property, that's like an act of God, right? Like, I don't have any control of that. And then for her to ask that I pay for that damage, if I had money to spare, I would have, but I don't. And her comment about, I get good rent money from renting this property. No offense and with all due respect, but she doesn't have any idea what my expenses are and that I don't think that's irrelevant. So I guess to bring the point to a closure, what happened with that tree, has nothing to do with this tree. And, for her to accuse me that I'm not taking responsibility. I'm here at the hearing and I've been in constant communication with Inspector Holloway. I am taking responsibility. I don't understand why she's attacking me in that way. And also, Your Honor.
Mr. Morrow, I do understand. Okay. And we're here again on the eve of hurricane season. So for the record, I'm going to find that the violation does exist, 35 days to comply, $25 per day thereafter. I dare say you can get this tree removed for less than $3,000. So do some shopping around. I've made my ruling. Thank you. Okay, we stand in recess for 5 minutes,
Thank you, Your Honor.
10 minutes.
Okay.
Our next case is on page 35. Inspector Will Snyder,
3535.
page 35. There are two cases. Case number CE -19120404, case address 1 North Birch Road, owner Los Olas Harbor Club LLC. This case was first heard on 9/9/2020 to comply by 11/11/2020, suspended 2/25/21 to 4/29/21. One section complied at $50 per day, $4,950 accrued, and this was in order to reappear. Additionally, on page 35, case number CE -19120594, case address 7 North Birch Road, owner Los Olas Harbor Club LLC. Case first heard 9/9/2020 to comply by 11/11/2020, suspended 2/25/21 to 4/29/21. Two sections not complied at $50 per day, $10,600 accrued, and this again is in order to reappear. Good morning, Stephanie. Can you please raise your right hand? Do you swear and affirm to speak the truth at today's proceedings?
I do. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good morning, Your Honor. Code Officer Will Snyder, City Fort Lauderdale Code and for Community Enhancement, presenting case CE-19120404 for the property located at 1 North Birch Road. Case was first heard September 9, 2020. The magistrate ruled in favor of the city and the property owner was ordered to correct the violations at the property by November 11, 2020. Case was next heard February 25th, 2021. The magistrate granted an extension and the property owner was ordered to correct the violation at the property by April 29, 2021. Inspection results from the pre-hearing inspection show that the dock has been removed from the property under building permit BLD-BDSP-201000012. The violation at the property was brought into compliance on April 22nd, 2021. The city is requesting the full imposition of fines.
Right, on behalf of the owner.
Good morning, Your Honor. Stephanie Toothaker on behalf of the property owner. First of all, I want to thank the city for giving us the time we needed to bring the property into compliance as it related to the dock specifically. If you will recall, when we appeared last time, we shared with you that we had actually been in permitting the entire time that the city was, code on the one hand was saying you need to remove the docks, but the city had not issued the permits to us. And in fact, the city had asked us to do an archaeological review of the property before the removal of the docks. So we had actually had a pending building permit the entire time that we were also asking for time from code enforcement. So we would ask the opportunity to abate those fines. As always, we agree that we would be happy to pay city costs. But we would ask that because it was the city building department that wasn't issuing the permit, that's what caused the delay as it related to the docks.
Your Honor, from what I understand, the permit was issued in December.
No, it was not.
Or, I'm sorry, October of this past year of 2020. Am I incorrect?
Well, that's not correct. It was not issued until this year.
Well, when was it applied? When was the issue applied for? Because I'm looking at this permit number and it seems to indicate that it was applied for in October of 2020.
It was applied for last year, but the city archaeological review would not issue the permit. They wanted us to do testing on the site and hire an archaeological expert, which we did. And I have a string of emails going back and forth with Anthony Fajardo begging the city to issue the permit so that we could remove the docks. We struggled
Right.
to get that permit.
I understand. I think the point I'm trying to make is that the application wasn't even filed for until nearly a year later. This case was open in December of 2019. And it's
Okay, but let me
gotten
address that
worse.
as well. Well, we were in DRC. We are still in DRC for a redevelopment of this property. And the docks were being removed as a part of the DRC. The docks were being removed. The seawall was being raised. We're adding new docks. And there's an upland development that's pending at DRC right now. I've got a DRC case. Everything was all included together. But when you cited the property, I broke out the docks to just remove the docks so we can bring that into compliance. We had hoped to be able to handle it all together.
Okay, Your Honor, I'm afraid maybe I'm misunderstanding what their process was, but I think the facts of the case still remain. The city is still requesting the full imposition of fines At your discretion, the administrative cost of the case is $847, and a reduction to 20% of the cost would be $1,060.
That would be administrative cost.
The administrative cost is $847.
And you mentioned, and you mentioned another number.
Yeah, sometimes when the city does offer a reduction, it's 20% of whatever the accumulated fines were. That dollar amount is $1,060.
Okay, all right. Okay, did you want to add anything? All right, okay. Okay, Mr. Toothaker, anything further?
Just, Your Honor, I appreciate the consideration. As I said, we are in the city. We have been in the city for quite some time. It takes a long time to go through the DRC process. I can give you that case number. Everything was being addressed through DRC, but in conjunction with the city, we were very pleased to bring the property into compliance as it related to the docks so that we could address that issue. But it did take us breaking it apart from the master permit application that had been submitted. And once we submitted that, it just took us some time to obtain the actual building permit. I've got all the documentation to support that. I've met with Portia about this. I've met with Anthony Fajardo trying to get these permits moved along. So I would just ask, I again, happy to pay the city's costs and would appreciate very much your consideration at that level.
Okay, thank you very much. I'm going to impose a fine of $1,060.
Thank you, Your Honor. Okay. And presenting the second case, Code Officer Will Snyder, City of Fort Lauderdale Community Enhancement, presenting case CE-1912-0594 for the property located at 7 North Birch Road. Case was first heard September 9, 2020. The magistrate ruled in favor of the city, and the property owner was ordered to correct the violations at the property by November 11, 2020. Case was next heard February 25th, 2021. The magistrate granted an extension, and the property owner was ordered to correct the violations at the property by April 29, 2021. Pre-hearing inspection results show that the dock has been removed from the property under permit BLD-BDSP-20100011. The dock maintenance violation at the property was brought into compliance on April 22nd, 2001. The seawall maintenance violation remains. The city is requesting the full imposition of fines, which shall continue to accrue.
All right. Okay. On behalf of the owner.
Thank you, Your Honor. This is the application that is pending at the city. This seawall is in disrepair. We acknowledge that. However, the seawall is being raised to be compliant with the city's new ordinance, and we are also adding new docks. We are pending right now at the city. This application has been pending. It's site plan 2009-0002. It's a site plan level 4. We went to DRC last year. We're still working through with the neighbors and the elected officials. And we do intend, obviously, to not only repair the seawall, but to bring it up to current code. And that is an application that is currently pending at the city. We're just asking for additional time to work through the city's process. If we could get the permit, we would do it right now.
Okay, I mean, maybe you covered this, but I mean, how long is it going to take to get these two violations into compliance?
Well, the first one is already in compliance. The docks are in compliance. The second one is the seawall. I don't know. I'm more than happy to come back and appear regularly and give you an update. I can't speak for how long it takes the city to issue these permits, but we've been in permitting for quite some time.
Good morning, Your Honor.
On behalf of this, yes, go ahead.
Supervisor Bass, on behalf of the City of Fort Lauderdale. Stephanie, I just wanted to ask, have the property owners been to the property to see the condition of the seawall? Because as we stated, that it's in pretty bad state as far as the erosion. And I think the issue comes into play wherein it took, after being cited, it still took a minute before they even started applying for the permit process. So have they been out there to see the condition of the seawall?
The owner lives right around the corner. I've been there as well. And we're actually working with our neighbors at Portofino. We're working through the DRC process on the site plan. The site plan, as I said, includes it doesn't make any sense to repair the seawall at the level that it's at because it's not compliant with city code. So we hired Tyler Chappelle. Tyler Chappelle is working through, you have to do it's to bring the seawall up to city code because right now it's too low. It's an old seawall. So we are in review right now on those applications.
Understood that part. As a matter of fact, anytime it has over 50% of disrepair, anytime it has over 50% of disrepair, they have to bring it up to the new standards anyway. So it would have had to been brought up to the new code anyway. But my concern again, as I stated, was the amount of time that it took them to even start the permitting process to bring it into compliance.
Yeah, no, that's not, I have to respectfully disagree. I've been in DRC for a year on this project. It's a development on the beach. And as you know, the beach is very difficult to develop on. We're meeting with our neighbors, Portofino, meeting with the Central Beach Alliance, meeting with the elected officials. It all goes together. And so unfortunately, it's a very slow process to develop on the beach.
Understood that. But so it started in review in 2020, correct? When this case was originally cited in 2019? Am I misunderstanding?
No, we started in 19, meeting with the neighbors, because on the beach, you can't apply for DRC until you meet with your neighbors. So the actual application date of the DRC might have been 2020, but we started the process in 19.
So where are we at in the process now would be the question for us.
That's a good question. It's we're in DRC. We have two applications pending at DRC. One is the site plan with the seawall and the docks, and the other is a right-of-way vacation. The right-of-way vacation went to DRC quite some time ago. We had a meeting with our neighbors with the Portofino and the Central Beach Alliance. They all weighed in. They asked us to make some changes. We made some changes, and the new meeting dates with the Central Beach Alliance and the Portofino are scheduled in the next couple of weeks. The site plan itself, the permitting for the site plan itself can't move forward without the right-of-way vacation.
So would you say towards end of June, which put us at 56 days, or are you thinking that more additional time than that will be needed?
I think I'm happy to come back in 56 days. I'll certainly have a better update. I will have been able to get back to the Central Beach Alliance and the Portofino and the elected officials on the site plan itself. So I think that would be fine. We should be able to provide you a significant update, hopefully at that time, because some of these meetings are scheduled for the next 2 weeks.
Okay, so Your Honor, the city wouldn't be opposed to 56-day extension.
That's
in
what I
order
was going to say.
reappear?
Let's reset this case for 56 days, mandatory reappearance, and we'll stay the fines as of this date.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Okay.
Thank you, Your Honor. Thank you. Thank you to the city as well.
Thank you. Our next case is on page 2. Our next case is on page 2. Senior Inspector Linda Holloway, case number CE 21020925, case address 519 Northwest 23rd Avenue. Owner Real Estate Services and MGM Inc. in care of Dane T. Stanish, PA. The property was posted on 4/1/21 and posted at City Hall on 4/15/21. Good morning, Mr. Friedman. Can you please raise your right hand?
Hi, can you see me?
Yes. Do you swear to speak the truth at today's proceedings?
Yes.
Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. Inspector Linda Holloway presenting on behalf of the city, presenting case CE 21020925, property address 519 Northwest 23rd Avenue. The property was cited on March 1st, 2021 by former code officer Von Malakias, and the following violations were observed. 9-280B, there are building parts such as interior ceiling found with cracks resulting in leaks. The bathroom door and rear back door lock is broken and or deteriorated and not maintained. Violation 1812A is complied. Violation 47-34.1.8.1, there is outdoor storage items scattered about the front of this RMS-15 residential zoned property. This is an illegal land use per section 47-5.19 points. Violation 9-280F, the plumbing at this property is in disrepair and not being maintained in proper working order. Violation 9-280G, there are electrical appliances or accessories such as a stove not maintained in good, safe working condition. Inspector Malaki has posted the property with an inspection report and mailed a copy of that inspection report to the property owner listed on BCPA as well. On April 27th, I received an email from Brian Friedman stating that the tenant was refusing to allow the workers into the property to make the necessary repairs. And he included on that email an eviction notice and requested time in regards to that. A pre-hearing inspection conducted on the 27th shows that all violations except 1812A have been complied, and the city is requesting 35 days to comply or a fine of $50 per day thereafter.
All right, on behalf of the owner.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes.
Hi, my name is Brian, and I agree with everything that Mrs. Holloway is saying. This is a holdover tenant. We do have the court did give us the writ of possession, and it has been submitted to the sheriff's office, which I do have receipt for. And I do not have access to the property. The workers have not been allowed in, and I'm just asking. The 35 days I think would be good, but my greatest issue is that I don't know if chances are I'm probably gonna have to pull 1 or 2 permits, and I just don't know if 35 days will be enough. And I'm just hoping that a fine could not be imposed at that day 35, because I just don't know how long it's going to take for me to go through the permit review process and getting the permit and then getting the work completed. Thank you. Thank you very much.
All right, thank you. Let's do this. If 35 days doesn't turn out to be sufficient, you can request an extension of time.
I'm sorry.
Thank you, sir.
I'm sorry. May I say, subsequently on Tuesday, the 27th, there was a additional building case opened, and Brian is correct. He may need some permits for those things. So if it's okay, I would like to amend the city's request.
Thank you.
And can we make that for 49 days?
All right, okay. Okay. Find the remaining violations do exist, 49 days to comply, $50 per day thereafter.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Good night.
Bye. Give me a fucking hug right now. Give me.
Our next case is on page 12. Senior Inspector Linda Holloway, case number CE 20030722, case address 305 Seville Street, owner Breaker Seville Apartments, Inc. And this is a continuance.
Mr. Seiler?
Good morning, Mr. Seiler. Can you please raise your right hand? Do you swear and affirm to speak the truth at today's
Did you see it?
proceedings? Yes, sir.
Say it again?
Do you swear and affirm to speak the truth at today's proceedings?
Yes.
Thank you.
Good morning again, Your Honor. Inspector Linda Holloway on behalf of the city, presenting case CE 2003-072, property address 3015 Seville Street. This property was inspected on March 19th, 2020, and the following violation was observed: 47-19.5.d.5. The east side border wall on the property is not in good repair. The wall is not secure. It is leaning, stained, and dirty. An inspection report excuse me, Your Honor, an inspection report allowing 35 days to comply was issued A pre-hearing inspection conducted on Tuesday, April 27, 2021 shows that the violation remains as depicted on pictures and also that no permits have been applied for as of yet. Previously at the last hearing, because this is a continuance, I was in contact with both parties. And the city is requesting 35 days to comply or a fine of $25 per day thereafter be imposed. Thank you.
35 days or?
$25 per day thereafter.
All right. Good
Your Honor,
morning.
have you heard?
Your turn.
Okay, thank you, Judge, and thank you, Linda. Your Honor, just so we're clear, I represent the property to the right side. I'm glad that screen's up. So if you look at that, that is, I am the trustee and the attorney of the property on the right. It's actually in my name as trustee. It is for the estate of Frank Hirschman, and also now it's been transferred to the trust of Frank Hirschman. I'm the trustee. So I'm here in both capacities as the trustee and the attorney. I am advocating for the neighbor to the left, who's actually the one cited, so that you fully understand what's happened here. So originally, we were cited for this wall falling down. We went to Linda Holloway, showed her, went to the city attorney, showed them that this wall wasn't on our property. This wall was actually on the neighboring property. So then they re-cited the neighbor for this, which is where we are now. But to be perfectly clear, if you can see the elevation change between the two properties, that wall, although on our neighbor's property, holds all of our landscaping in place and about 2 to 3 feet of soil. So if that wall was taken out, there would be erosion completely off our property onto their property, creating a huge issue. And so what we did after we were here in February is, as good neighbors, we've agreed to split the cost of a new wall, provided it was coordinated so that when the new wall's installed, they put a temporary buttress, to keep our foundation and to not allow erosion. We've been told, though, Judge, by the city, that all those trees that are on our side have to come out, and I've got to get an understanding of how many of those trees have to be replanted, what's the permitting process for those trees. The final thing is so we met with 3 contractors, and I say we jointly met with 3 contractors. We got bids, and then we've also had some discussions with landscaping contractors trying to figure out how do we fix their wall or allow them to fix their wall without destroying our property in the process. And then to top it off, Judge, and I've explained this to Ms. Montoya Hassan, the gentleman I've been working with on a neighboring property had a heart attack in February. So he was the one that was finalizing the contracts we had the 3 bids to do this, and then he had a heart attack. I got a email from his partner, because he had not gotten back to me, and his partner wrote me an email and said, I'm sorry, I don't want to put his name on the record for HIPAA reasons, but so-and-so had a heart attack, and I am now trying to assist him with this. So the last, I hadn't heard anything more, and then last night, late, as I indicated earlier, I got an email from them saying, oh, we just found a notice of hearing for tomorrow morning. Could you appear, because they just got the late notice. So they're not on the call, I don't believe. If they are, I think they'll verify everything I just said. But I don't want them tearing, it's on their property. I'm the only affected property owner, Your Honor. Nobody else is adversely impacted by this but me. So I don't want them yanking this out on some 35-day notice if I'm going to lose all my soil, all my landscaping, all my foundation. So I would like to continue working with them, coordinating it. And again, as a good neighbor, I put on the record before, we agreed to split the cost. The last bid we had, though, was somewhere in the $30,000 range because of the foundational issues. So we're trying to get that bid down to where we think it should be, and hopefully, somewhere closer to 20 grand to do this, and we each pay 10 grand to get it done. But just so you're clear, Judge, imposing this on them doesn't benefit the city or us, and we're the only adversely impacted neighbor. So I can tell you we're working together, but when he had the heart attack, we had a disconnect.
All right. Will a 28-day continuance give you some maneuvering time?
Yeah, Judge, that's fine, as long as I can know the date, because last time when we got the continuance, we weren't given a date, and then the notice doesn't go to me, it goes to this next door neighbor, and like I said, he just happened to be checking his, I believe he said his domestic, it's his partner, I think he means domestic partner, that had the heart attack, and he said he was checking his mail and found this notice last night. So I would just like to be added for notice because, you know, I mean, listen, I know how good staff is. I know how good city attorneys are, and communication's the key. I mean, you've got a great group with you. I just want to be able to communicate as we meet. But, you know, our bids during COVID went from 20-some thousand. The last bid I saw was 30-some thousand. And that's a lot of money to fix a wall that it is leaning. It's not falling. It's pretty solid. I can tell you that. That's why it's partially expensive, is because it's going to be so difficult to knock that down and firm up, because you notice the difference in the height of my land or my client, you know, our property and their property. Everything would just erode onto their property if that wall came down. So yeah, 28 days, but can I get notice of the next hearing or be told it so that there's,
okay, let's continue this case until the May 27th agenda.
okay. That's great. Thank you.
Thank you.
Do I
Thank
need
you.
to do anything else?
That's it.
Rhonda, thank you. Linda, thank you.
Thank you,
And
Mrs.
we'll
Sack.
make sure that you get a notice also.
Yeah, so yeah, we're 3021 Seville. So that's the next one. Thank you so much, Your Honor.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Our next case is on page 13, Senior Inspector Linda Holloway. Case number CE 21011010. Case address to 628 Northwest 22nd Road. Owner, Whatever Holdings LLC. Property posted 4321, posted at City Hall 4/15/21.
Aaron.
We'll recall that case once the respondent, oh, I'm sorry, he just came into the room.
Sorry, hello?
Good morning, Aaron. Can you please raise your right hand?
Yeah, sorry, I didn't hear anything.
We haven't said anything yet. Do you swear to speak the truth at today's proceedings?
Yes, I do. Am I muted?
No, sir, we can hear you.
Okay, I don't know if there was anything said because I just got disconnected, but I just got rejoined. But I heard Mrs. Holloway say that there was.
Nothing was said before you entered.
Okay, thank you. Thank you. Nice to meet you. Thank you. Good morning, Your Honor.
All right.
All right. Good morning again, Your Honor. Linda Holloway on behalf of the city, presenting case CE 21011010, property address 628 Northwest 22nd Road. This property was inspected on January 29, 2021 by former training code officer Bradford Cizilla and I, and the following violations were observed. 9-305B, the landscape at this property is not being maintained in a neat and well-kept appearance. There are areas of dead and missing ground cover. 9-280H1 was withdrawn. 1812A is complied. An Inspection reports was posted on the property as well as mailed to the owner on BCPA. Both Brad and I have been in contact with Aaron in the past. A pre-inspection on April 27th shows that the violation remains as depicted on the photos. The city is requesting 35 days to comply or a fine of $25 per day thereafter be imposed.
All right, on behalf of the owner.
Hi, good morning, Your Honor. So just a brief history about this property. It was purchased at as part of a tax deed sale. We were not familiar with all of the situations regarding the prior history of people dumping, parking on the property, and so on. We took over the property. We were contacted by inspectors. Sorry if I mispronounced his name. This first individual, I forgot his name, starts with a C, and Mrs. Holloway. I believe we've done everything that we can to move the process along in terms of getting the property in compliance. Cleaned up the trash, got a lot monitoring company to make sure there's no parking, tow as needed. Cleaned up the property. I think Mrs. Holloway would agree that we've cleaned it up. I was in the process of trying to figure out basically what I understand is the only remaining issue is the ground covering. I contacted several different landscapers, and I was originally told that it would be difficult to put new sod down on the ground. Although recently, as of last night, actually a couple of days ago, I spoke with Mrs. Holloway. I told her that one landscaper suggested I reseed the property and let it grow. There was concern that that might take too long on the part of Mrs. Holloway. I could obviously guarantee how long that would take. Mrs. Holloway suggested I contact other landscapers. I did. I was provided a quote by another landscaper who said that he could reseed the property. There was a certain kind of grass that could be put on the property that would require a water source at the property. So I am prepared to do that. I believe 35 days is certainly sufficient to get it done, at least to try. My only request would be, Your Honor, is that we continue the case to give me and not immediately impose a fine. My only concern being that if we do see put the sod down and for whatever reason it doesn't take and it doesn't hold because there's rain issues and we don't have a water source there, if it doesn't rain sufficiently and the grass doesn't hold, it might die and we might need to try something else. So we as the owners, a representative of the owner definitely is making every effort to comply with all of the city's requests, being very responsive to the inspectors. Basically, I'm prepared to hire and have been spoken as of yesterday, and gave the go ahead to resod the property as requested with an extension of time, so that if it doesn't take, if the sod doesn't take, we'll have we won't automatically get hit with a daily penalty, but we'll continue to work with the city to try and do everything that we can to get it in the form and shape that you guys deem acceptable. Also, we're in the process of trying to sell the property to a developer, so we want to keep the property in compliance, so that they can buy the property and do some development work with it in order to enhance the community needs, instead of it just being an empty vacant lot that's a breeding ground for trash dumping. Thank you, Your Honor.
Okay, for the record, I find the violation does exist. I think you can get this done in 35 days. If not, you can request an extension, but I'm going to order 35 days to comply, $25 per day thereafter. Thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor. Thank you, Aaron.
Thank you.
Thank you. Our next case is on page 16. Senior Inspector Linda Holloway, case number CE 210207555, case address 977 Northwest 19th Avenue. owner 977 Northwest 19th Avenue Corp. Property posted 4/1/21, posted at City Hall 4/15/21. Good morning, Mr. Livingston. Please raise your right hand.
Oh, good morning, Your Honor. Good morning.
Good morning.
Do you swear and affirm to speak the truth at today's proceedings?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you.
Good morning again. Inspector Linda Holloway on behalf of the city, presenting case CE 21020755, property address 977 Northwest 19th Avenue. The property was cited on February 23rd, 2021 by former Code Inspector Von Malakias, and the following violations were observed. 9-305B, the landscape at this property is not being maintained in a neat, well-kept appearance. There are areas of dead and missing ground cover. 47-19.5D.5 points is complied. Inspector Malaki has posted an inspection report on the property as well as mailed a copy to the owner listed on BCPA. A pre-hearing inspection conducted on Wednesday, April 28th, 2021 shows that violation 9-305B remains as depicted in the photos. The city is requesting 35 days to comply or a fine of $50 per day thereafter, Your Honor.
Right, on behalf of the owner.
Oh, good morning, still morning. Good morning, Your Honor. This is Jay Livingston. I'm the attorney for the property owner. The property owner, the corporation, the principal of that corporation, he actually lives in Flagler County, Florida. The property is operated by a contract for deed purchaser, so it's an installment sale contract. I don't know if Mr. Stringham is on the call. He told my client he would be here. The only question I have, if it's my understanding that the wall maintenance violation has been complied and now we're just dealing with the landscaping.
That is correct.
It wasn't clear to me, and I got this dropped in my lap at the very beginning of the week, so I apologize for being somewhat ignorant on some of these issues, but it's not clear to me, and I was hoping that it would be made more clear with the pictures. When we're talking about areas of the lawn that is bare or needs to be maintained, are we referring to the areas in the picture that's currently on the screen where it's between the wall and the right of way, the parking area that's being shown here, or I saw a picture of the adjacent cemetery, which is obviously off site of the property at issue. So I just wanted to make sure I'm clear so I can report this back to my client.
So the cemetery, that wall goes along the cemetery. That is the wall that was in question, and that wall has been repaired. That violation is impaired. So
excellent.
You were correct in the beginning. The photos that you were looking at between the walls and the road and that parking area, that area should be living ground cover.
Okay, so the area where this car is, this needs to have living ground cover.
That is correct.
Were there any other areas? Nothing internal to the wall is at issue, correct?
I'm sorry?
Nothing internal to the property.
No.
Inside the wall.
No.
Okay. So this stretch, I know there is grass in a lot of it, but the area where this car is parked, that needs to be sodded or seeded within 35 days?
That is correct.
Okay, excellent. All right.
Thank you.
I found the violation does exist. 35 days to comply, $50 per day thereafter. Thank you, counsel.
Everyone.
Thank you so much. Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you.
Our next case is on page 32. Senior Inspector Linda Holloway, case number CE 200907721. Case address 1314 Northwest 18th Avenue, A. Owner OMFL Investments LLC. This case was first heard on 1/14/21 to comply by 2/17/21. 4 sections complied at $25 per day, $5,700 accrued, and the city is requesting full amount.
Hello, good morning, everybody.
Good morning. Good morning. Please raise your right hand. Do you swear and affirm to speak the truth at today's proceedings? Thank you.
Good morning again, Your Honor. Inspector Linda Holloway on behalf of the city. Case number and property address as read, excuse me. The property is now in compliance with all of the violations. The city is requesting full imposition of fines, but does not oppose to a reduction of fines because once I'm sorry, I forget your
Omri
name.
Blush.
Thank you. Received the notice. We met at the property and he got an understanding of what needed to be done and he complied the property within a week. So if Your Honor, if you would, be kind enough to grant a reduction of fines, the city does not oppose. I have the administrative cost listed as $442.
442.
Yes, sir.
All right. On behalf of the owner.
Yes, sir. Good morning. First of all, I appreciate what Linda said because when I was, okay, my mom is the owner of the property. She was out of the country and she get all her violation to a PO box. She owner of this property over 10 years. We never have any problem we never have any hearing in this property. We have some violation. Every time that we have a violation, I make sure that it's immediately correct. In this case specifically, my mom was out of the country and she didn't receive the notice. She come back in April to the country. And the moment she got the notice, she gave it to me and I call Linda and immediately she come and we meet and she explained to me everything, what I need to fix. And less than a week, everything was ready and up to date. So I'm just trying to ask for consideration, like Linda understand and see, she know me and she know the property. I never been in a hearing before. This is just because of the situation that my mom was out of the country. So I'm apologize for that. And I think $6,000 or $5,000, it's a lot of money for finding me on something that you guys can see that I'm taking care of. And this was like a small misunderstanding. So I will be okay to pay something. I understand that maybe I have some fault of, I don't know, not getting the violation. But everything is fixed. My house is one of the nicest property in that neighborhood. And you can ask that Linda. And I told her, I will do everything I need to do. And please just consider it to reduce the fine, please.
All right. I'm going to reduce the fines to $1,000. Thank you, sir.
Appreciate that, sir. Thank you very much. Have a good day.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Okay, from $6,000, go to.
Thank you.
$1,000.
Thank you. Our next case is on page 33. Senior Inspector Linda Holloway, case number CE 17121903, case address 2433 Sea Island Drive, owner Jean Lee Martindale. This case was first heard on 11/15/18 to comply by 5/23/19. There are 3 suspensions notated on the agenda. 2 sections complied at $25 per day. $4,100 accrued and the city is requesting full amount. Your Honor will recall this case. Thank you, Ms. Linda.
Thank you.
I'm sorry, Inspector Holloway. Our next case is on page 6. Inspector Will Snyder. Case number CE 200903666. Case address 501 Orton Avenue, owner Grand Palm Plaza LLC, property posted 3/22/21, posted at City Hall 4/15/21. Good morning, Courtney. Can you please raise your right hand? Do you swear and affirm to speak the truth at today's proceedings?
I do.
Thank you.
Good morning, Your Honor. Code Officer Will Snyder, City of Fort Lauderdale Code Enforcement, presenting case CE 200903666 for the property located at 501 Orton Avenue. This property was first inspected September 10th, 2020, and given 10 days to correct for the following violation. 18-12A, there was overgrowth, trash, rubbish, and debris on the property and or swale. This is a recurring violation. Previous cases are. Is that me? CE 1907-1022, CE 1905-0103, and CE 1806-2242. Case shall be presented to the magistrate to obtain a finding of fact regardless of any achieved compliance. Presently, the violation still remains. The city is requesting 14 days to correct the violation or a fine of $50 per violation for each day thereafter.
All right, on behalf of the owner.
Good morning, Your Honor. Courtney Crush on behalf of the property owner. We would appreciate the 14 days. I actually was out there this morning and it has been cleaned up and complied. The hotels in the fall that this owner has, which are about 40 buildings, were closed. They now have rehired their employees and would appreciate the consideration of the 14 days.
All right, for the record, find the violation does exist. 14 days to comply, $50 per day thereafter.
Thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor. Thank you, Inspector Snyder.
Thank you. Our next case is on page 6. Inspector Will Snyder, case number CE 200803881, case address 2941 Southeast 5th Street, owner Grand Tefel LLC, property posted 4/7/21, posted at City Hall 4/15/21. Good morning, sir. Could you please raise your right hand? Do you swear and affirm to speak the truth at today's proceedings?
Do.
Thank you.
Good morning, Your Honor. Code Officer Will Snyder, City of Fort Lauderdale Code Enforcement, presenting case CE 200803881 for the property located at 2941 Southeast 5th Street. This property was first inspected August 12, 2020, and given 10 days to correct for the following violations. 18-12A, there is overgrowth, trash, rubbish, and debris on the property and or its swale. 18-1, there's graffiti at this property that is creating public nuisance. It is being maintained in such a manner that may adversely affect and impair the economic welfare of adjacent properties. This violation was brought into compliance September 7th.
On page 8, case number CE-20010217, case address 3325 Northeast 16th Court, owner Edward P. Triangolo, property posted 3/22/21, posted at City Hall 4/15/21. Good morning, and for the record, Mr. McAloon has already been sworn in.
Good morning, Your Honor. Code Officer Will Snyder, City of Fort Lauderdale Code Enforcement, presenting case CE-200100217 for the property located at 3325 Northeast 16th Court. Property was first inspected January 8, 2020, and given 30 days to correct for the following violation. The roof of this property is stained in or dirty. City is requesting 28 days to correct the violation or a fine of $50 for each day thereafter.
Okay. Okay, on behalf of the owner.
Hi, Greg McElwain on behalf of the property owner. This case originated, as the inspector stated, in January 2020. The property owner did obtain a contractor to clean the roof at that time. The owner thought he was in compliance. This notice then came up a couple of weeks ago, which involved myself with it. I reached out and spoke to the inspector and stated that the property owner is willing to hire another contractor to clean the roof, what appears to be a lot of the exhaust fumes and mildew that comes along from the beach. The only thing is he's been having trouble trying to find a contractor, so I would just request a time frame of 60 days for compliance, and I can assure that the property owner will have it taken care of within that time frame.
I'm sorry, you're requesting additional time?
Yes, just to find a contractor to be able to go there and fix up the work that the previous contractor thought he completed with regard to this violation.
Okay, for the record, I'm going to find the violation does exist. Give you, to make it 42 days to comply, $50 per day thereafter.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Our next case is on page 34. Case number CE-19110032. Case address 716 Solar Isle Drive, owner Henrik Hedman. This case was first heard on 2/20/2020 to comply by 4/24/2020. And there are two suspensions notated on the agenda. One section not complied at $100 per day, $17,400 accrued, and this was in order to reappear. Good morning, Mr. Scavone. Can you please state your name for the record and raise your right hand?
Mitchell Scavone, Ray Qualman Marine.
Do you swear and affirm to speak the truth at today's proceedings?
Yes.
Thank you.
Good morning, Your Honor. Code Officer Will Snyder, City Fort Lauderdale Code Enforcement, presenting case CE-19110032 for the property located at 716 Solar Isle Drive. This case was first heard February 20th, 2020. The magistrate ruled in favor of the city and the property owner was ordered to correct the violations at this property by April 24th, 2020. Case was next heard April 24th, 2020. The magistrate granted an extension and the property was ordered to correct the violations at this property by September 4th, 2020. The case was last heard on February 25th, 2021. The magistrate granted an extension and the property owner was ordered to correct the violation at the property by April 30th, 2021. Pre-hearing property review determined that the seawall and dock construction permit BLD-BDSP-210200008 has been issued to the property owner to start work. The violation at the property remains until the work is completed, and the city is requesting an extension of 63 days.
Right. On behalf of the owner?
Yes.
Okay, who's going to speak on behalf of the owner?
I will. Mitchell Scavone, General Manager for Ray Qualman Marine. We were granted another 60 days continuance to get this completed. We're about 10 working days out to having the wall in compliance with the city's code as far as the new elevation of the seawall, but probably would still need another 20 days to complete the dock. But with the seawall completed, that'll put the wall in compliance, because the violation was for the wall being too low. And it's coming up approximately over 3.5 feet. So what I would request is either a 10-day continuance, and then they can go out and inspect and certify that, we're in compliance, or if you would like to give me 30 days and just do a final completion of everything, the dock and the seawall. But right now it's only the seawall that's in violation.
Okay. All right. This goes back to February of 2020.
Yeah, as I stated the first hearing, it was nothing on the owner's fault. It was actually on us. We applied for the permit back then when he got violated the first time, and somehow it got lost in our paperwork. We actually applied for the permit, if you look on the records back then, and we just never were able to get out there and get it started. Like I said, it was just paperwork in our office, and then once we found out that it was never started and he was in violation, that's when we got started, which we started a month ago. And we're just about complete, but unfortunately, you know, with everything that's going on in our work schedule, it's just very difficult to get this thing completed. I'm not the only one that's having problems getting work completed, but it is what it is, and we're doing our best. But I would need at least 10 more days to have the wall in compliance, where the city can inspect it.
All right. Cities have anything further to add?
No, Your Honor, we request 63-day extension.
Okay. All right. I'm going to grant a 28-day extension and stay the fines as of this date on the assumption that full compliance will be achieved on all issues within that time.
That's acceptable, sir.
Okay. He was requesting 60. Okay. Okay, let's make it 63 days. Fine, state. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right. Thank you very much, sir. Have a good day.
Thank you. Our next case is on page 34.
They're all here.
Case number CE 20120337. Case address 3015 North Ocean Boulevard, owner Berkeley South Condo Association, Inc. The property was cited on 12/15/2020 to comply by 12/16/2020. One section complied at $150 per day, $2,100 accrued, and the city is requesting full amount. Good morning. Please raise your right hand and state your name for the record.
Yes, Nerlin Joseph.
Do you swear and affirm to speak the truth at today's proceedings?
Yes.
Thank you.
Good morning, Your Honor. Code Officer Will Snyder, City of Fort Lauderdale Code Enforcement, presenting case CE 20120337 for the property located at 3015 North Ocean Boulevard. Property was first inspected on December 15, 2020, and given 1 day to correct for the following violation: 28-204B10. The discharge of polluted or unpolluted water into public storm drains is prohibited. Citation C01700 was issued and established a $150 per day fine for each day of non-compliance. The violation was observed to be in compliance on December 31st, 2020. The city is requesting the full amount of citation fines be imposed.
All right, this was an issuance of a citation and no appeal was received. All right, on behalf of the owner.
Yes, Your Honor, Mr. Snyder is correct. He did pay us a visit on December the 15th. And upon his visit, we immediately stopped what we were being violated for, which was on 12/15. I explained to Mr. Snyder that it was an emergency repair that the board had approved and that the contractor was coming out the next day, which was on 12/16 to make the repair. They came out on 12/16 to make the repair. It took them 2 days to make the repair. We were in compliance immediately when Mr. Snyder brought it to our attention on the inspection date of 12/15. I also submitted an invoice from the contractor who performed the work, who also indicated that the work was complete. It was a 2-day job. It was completed on 12/17. So again, immediately after we were made aware by Mr. Snyder, we immediately stopped pumping that water from our garage that was being flooded due to a broken pipe. Immediately that day, and the next day the contractor was out to repair it, and it was a 2-day repair, and it was completed again on 12/17. So we are asking for the court to consider that as soon as it was brought to our attention, it was stopped and the repair was made the next day. Thank you.
I can't really see the date stamp on my photos, but my recollection wants to tell me that it was gone on beyond December 17th.
I actually have an invoice here from our vendor, South Florida Utilities, showing that the work was completed. It was, like I said before, it was a 2-day job. It started on December the 16th and was completed on 12/17/2020. It's on the actual invoice that I submitted. And the invoice is actually dated 12/18, which was the day after it was completed as well.
So, Your Honor, the photos that were on the screen just a moment ago show that on the 17th, the violation was still present. The violation isn't because they had a plumbing failure. The violation is they were discharging water into the storm system. We just saw some photos showing that they were doing it on December 17th. So there might have been some confusion on the management staff about what would have made it compliant. But as I mentioned previously, it was observed to finally have come into compliance on December 31st.
Again, Your Honor, if you don't mind, if I can speak on that. Hello?
Okay. All right. Well, a citation was issued. No appeal was received. I'm going to grant the city's request for the imposition of the fine of $2,100.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you.
Thank you, Will.
Thank you.
Our next case is on page 17. Case number I'm sorry, for Inspector Bover Exantis, case number CE 20120854, case address 1940 Northwest 12th Avenue. Owner Denisha Robinson Adams and Ernest Jones. Personal service was provided to this property on 3/31/21 and posted at City Hall on 4/15/21. Good morning, Mrs. Robinson. Can you please raise your right hand? Do you swear and affirm to speak the truth at today's proceedings?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you.
Good morning, Your Honor. Inspector Exantis, on behalf of the City of Fort Lauderdale Community Enhancement, case number CE 2012-0854, property address 1940 Northwest 12th Ave. This property was first inspected on December 24th, 2020, and the following was discovered: 47-34.4.B.1. There is an unlawful overnight parking of vehicle designed for commercial purposes at this location. A pre-hearing inspection was conducted on March 22nd, 2021, revealed that the commercial was removed as depicted in the photo. At this time, the case is complied, and I have been in contact with both property owners via phone and in person. And also I had handed the notice of hearing to property owner on March 31st, 2021.
All right. So the current status is it's in compliance?
Yes, the case is in compliance, and I would let the property owners speak right now as they want to get the case to come to a hearing.
I'm sorry, say that again, please.
I would let the property owners speak as they wanted to come to a hearing, to come in front of a magistrate to defend their cases.
All right, okay. On behalf of the owner,
Good morning, Your Honor. I wanted to speak with you because on prior, I've presented this violation or no violation found in inspection from 2019 by investigator Fix. Also, I spoke with Code Enforcement Officer Exantis back in 2020 as well. I gave this to the court. I presented this. She found no violation. Mr. Exantis found no violation, but not Mr. Exantis, I'm sorry, Mr. Gustavo. He found no violation back in 2020, but Mr. Exantis come, now and state that this is a violation. And as you can see, the truck it does have 4 more tires, but looking at the article from the city of Fort Lauderdale, your vehicle must have 4, that's the documentation there from Ms. Fix stating no violation found. I also have an email from Mr. Gustavo, again, no violation found. 2 vehicles, their article states a commercial vehicle must have 4 more tires and bears the signs of marking which advertises or identifies any business or commercial venture. From the photo of our truck, it has no commercial, it's not used for commercial purposes. It's private. So I felt as though, 2 other inspectors are saying one thing and this one inspector is saying something else. And I'm looking at the article that from the city's website, and I'm just trying to figure out what is correct at this point, because looking at their article, that documentation there, we're not violating any, it's not a commercial vehicle.
what is this vehicle?
It's a military truck. Some people like Dooley's, my husband is into the 5-ton military truck. It's fenced in. It's not blocking any view. And I'm just trying to, trying to figure out what's correct.
Isn't all of this moot? It's the city says you're now in compliance.
Right. So
that is correct, Your Honor. The vehicle is not at the property at this moment right now. And also the city is seeking a finding effect that the vehicle was indeed at the property, but the case is now in compliance.
Okay, but for today, it's in compliance.
Affirmative.
Thank you. All right. Okay.
My question is for future reference, Your Honor. What their article is stating, and our vehicle not being a commercial vehicle, because right now we're paying for storage. So I'm trying to figure out what is correct. It's not a commercial vehicle. There's no signs on, and I'm looking at the article from the city of Fort Lauderdale, 4734.3.
Ma'am.
Yes, sir.
This case is moot. It's done. It's over. And that's all I can do today.
Okay.
All right, thank
Honor, if I could, I would just suggest if the property owner may want to get together with Portia Williams, who's our director, and maybe have a conversation about it, that'd probably be helpful for you.
Okay, thank you.
Very good. Thank you, Ms. Montoya.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Next case is on page 21. Bovary Exantis is the inspector. Case number CE 21020264. Owner Larimore, Braxton, and Jerry. Notice was posted at the property on 4/1/2021, posted at City Hall 4/15/2021. Say that again? Okay.
Good afternoon.
Mr. Larimore.
Sir, if you have more than one device connected in the room you're in, please suggest you disconnect from one of your devices in order to avoid an audio loop. And then you can please unmute your microphone. Okay, I can hear you. Thank you, sir.
Good morning. Can you please raise your right hand? Do you swear and affirm to speak the truth at today's proceedings?
Yes.
Thank you.
Good morning, Your Honor. Inspector Exantis on behalf of the City of Fort Lauderdale Community Enhancement, case number CE 2102-0264, property address 446 Northwest 20th Ave. This property was first inspected on February 9th, 2021 by Inspector James Feather, and the following were discovered: 47-34.1.A.1. There is outdoor storage on this property. This is a non-permitted land use in this RS8 zone, residential property included but not limited to the backyard. Violation 18-12A is complied. Violation 9-305B, the landscape at this property is not being maintained in a neat and well-kept appearance. There are areas of dead and missing ground cover. A notice of hearing was posted on property on April 1st, 2021, and a pre-hearing inspection was conducted on April 23rd, 2021, shows as depicted in the photos. The city is requesting 63 days to comply or a fine of $50 per day per violation.
All right, on behalf of the owner,
Yes.
you understand
Yes.
what the gentleman said?
Yes, I understand, Your Honor. I doesn't stay there, but I am a part of the family.
Okay. Anything further you'd like to add?
Yes, I would like to add that I doesn't stay there, but I'll fall in and comply with whatever the city need to do so I can keep up with whatever needs to be done.
$63 days to comply all violations, or
Okay.
fine of $50 per day thereafter.
So if I find that the two remaining violations do exist, 63 days to comply, $50 per day thereafter.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
Our next case is on page 22. Case number CE 2010200594, case address 1552 Northwest 6th Street. Owner George and Sonia Burrows. Property posted 4/1/21, posted at City Hall 4/15/21.
Hello.
Good morning. Can you please raise your right hand? Do you swear and affirm to speak the truth at today's proceedings?
Yes.
Thank you.
Good morning again, Your Honor. Inspector Exantis on behalf of the City of Fort Lauderdale Community Enhancement, case number CE 2102-0600, property address 1552 Northwest 6th Street. This property was first inspected on February 17, 2021 by former Inspector Vaughn Malakis, and the following violation were observed. Violation 9-304B, vehicle park on the lawn has been removed. Violation 9-280H1, the fence at this property is in disrepair and is not being maintained as required. Violation 9-305B, the landscape at this property is not being maintained in a neat and well-kept appearance. There are areas of dead and missing ground cover. Violation 9-306, the exterior building walls have not been maintained. Structural parts, including but not limited to fascia and soffit, are in disrepair. There are areas of the exterior that have stain and missing peeling paint. A notice of hearing was posted on property on April 1st, 2021, and a pre-hearing inspection, actually two pre-hearing inspection was done. So I did a pre-hearing inspection on April 23rd, 2021, And also another hearing, pre-hearing inspection was made on April 25th, 2021, shows as depicted in the photos. The city is requesting 63 days to comply or a fine of $50 per day per violations.
All right, on behalf of the owner.
Yeah, good afternoon, good morning, Your Honor. I'm nervous, I'm really nervous. We did remove the vehicles. I noticed that he said the fascia board has not all been replaced. I did have someone replacing the fascia board. They stopped coming, they disappeared on me. But I have been working toward clearing the fascia board, tackling one issue at a time. We did cut back the trees and stuff that was, I don't know if he had seen the pictures taken initially. I met with the first inspector on site and he showed me what needed to be cut back. We had those trees and bushes cut back and removed. There was an issue with the ground cover because my father built that building back in 1952. And we had been cited before and corrected it, but they allowed us to use gravel. And we've got parking outside of our fence. The inspector Malika said, well, you have to go back with grass. I said, well, that's where our customers park. And so he told me to get in touch with the zoning department and what zoning said that he would go along with. Well, I called zoning at first and zoning first said, well, that's code, that's not us. I said, well, code said that I need to contact you. Bert Ford is who I spoke with. And so he said to go to archives and get the original permits from 1952 to see what was authorized then, because we have not made any physical changes to the property since it was initially built, and that whatever was on that permit in 1952, that we would be held. So I went to archives, they made the copies. A couple days later, I got the original permits, which just say parking provided. The permits from 1952 didn't really show a lot. It just said parking provided. It didn't say what kind of ground cover. So then I got a couple verbal estimates from 2 different ground cover, but everyone was giving me different information. And nobody would give me anything in writing. They would just give me a price. And I'm like, I need this in writing because I need to know exactly what I'm facing financially. We're a small family business. My father is 94. I am managing the business now, but I'm also a primary caretaker. So we have not been working hardly at all last year, just started 1 or 2 men this year. So it's been very difficult. And I can't really leave my father. He's got mobility issues to come to the office. I'm working, answering calls and stuff out of our home now to caretake for him. In any event, I sent Bert Ford over at the zoning and said, I'm not getting a clear understanding what ground cover do we need, because we were allowed to go back with gravel before the last time we were cited. So he said, send in something and then I'll see if we can get it approved through engineering. So I did finally hire a general contractor because these other contractors weren't giving me written. I was using like a carpenter contractor, a fencing contractor, but no one would give me written quotations so that I knew exactly what I was dealing with. So the general contractor suggested this. He said, see if they will allow this. And so I sent it, I emailed it to Bert Ford. He, I think, forwarded it to engineering. And he just sent me back a response last week saying that this should be okay, that we don't need to put grass outside the parking because we wouldn't have any place for our customers to park, and that we could use milling asphalt, recycle asphalt for part of our building. We're putting grass inside the fence area where we won't park. But he just gave me that approval, and he said it still needs to meet certain requirements. So I showed it to the contractor that I gotten, and we're moving forward on it. The contractor's also going to finish the facade, the fascia board that the other contractor did not complete. And he's going to paint and repair the fence because I just was getting the runaround from these other contractors.
Ma'am, I hate to cut you off, but there are other people waiting. We have
I
a
know.
lengthy
I
docket.
just wanted to explain.
But
I'm just asking for a little, if I could even get 3 months, the proposal I got in writing is pretty substantial, and we have not been working since the COVID. So I'm at least 3 months where I can get the funds together to get all of this done. That's all.
Ma'am, okay,
Yes.
I'm gonna give you 91 days.
Thank you.
91 days, $50 per day thereafter on each. And I find that each of the violations do exist.
Thank you. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you.
Our next case is on page 23, Inspector Xantis, case number CE 19061661. Case address 1212 Northwest 11th Place, owner WV Investment Group LLC. Property posted for 9/21, posted at City Hall for 15/21.
Good morning, Your Honor. Inspector Xantis on behalf of the City of Fort Lauderdale Community Enhancement.
Good morning. Could you please raise your right hand?
Sure.
Do you swear and affirm to speak the truth at today's proceedings?
Yes, I do.
Thank you.
Good morning, Your Honor. Inspector Xantis on behalf of the City of Fort Lauderdale Community Enhancement, case number CE 19061661, property address 1212 Northwest 11th Place. This property was first inspected by former inspector DeAngelis Gibson, and the following violation were observed. 9-305A is complied. 18-1 is complied. 9-306 is complied. 18-12A is complied, and 9-305B. The landscape at this property is not being maintained in a neat and well-kept appearance. There are areas of dead and missing ground cover. Notice of hearing was posted on property, and at this time, the city is requesting 63 days to correct the violation or fine of $50 per day per violations.
All right, on behalf of the owner.
Hi, Your Honor. My name is Charlie Velinovsky of WV Investment Group. My business partner and I purchased this property February of last year. We've put about $7,000 to with the landscaping and cleaning the yards front and back. I won't waste your time with it. I believe the only outstanding item now with this violation is related to the swale. I've been multitasking this morning, and I've got 75% of the sod down in the swale. So I've had contact with both Inspector Xantis and his supervisor. They've been very helpful. So I expect to have the rest of the sod down within the next couple hours.
All right, very good. So 63 days should be far more than adequate. Inspector will come out and do a reinspection. But for the record, and the violation does exist, 63 days to comply, $50 per day thereafter.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you.
Our next case is on page 41, Inspector Xantis. Case number CE 20101299, case address 1608 Northwest 15th Street, owner Veronica Brown. This case was first heard on 2/25/21 to comply by 4/29/21. 4 sections not complied at $50 per day. Fines are due to start on 4/30/2021, and this is a request for an extension.
Okay.
Your Honor, we'll recall the case. The respondent hasn't answered her phone call. Thank you, Bovary. Our
Thank
next
you.
case is on page 35. Inspector Patrice Jolly. Senior Inspector Leonard Champagne presenting. Case number CE 200800492. Case address 2112 Northeast 32nd Avenue. Owners Shannon Nowden and Stacy Nowden. This property was cited on 9/3/2020 to comply by 9/8/2020. One section complied at $200 per day, $7,400 accrued, and the city is requesting full amount.
Good morning, Your Honor. Leonard Champagne, case and address as
One
read.
second, Lenny, sorry. Good morning, Stacy. Can you please state your name for the record and raise your right hand?
Good morning, Stacy Nowden.
Do you swear and affirm to speak the truth at today's proceedings?
I do.
Thank you.
Good morning, Your Honor. Leonard Champagne presenting for Patrice Jolly. This first case was cited by him on 9/3/2020. The fine started on 9/9/2020. The complied date was 10/16/2020, and as already stated, that's 37 days times $200 a day and $7,400. And the city is requesting that be imposed.
I'm sorry, I missed just the last part of what you.
The city is requesting that $7,400 be imposed. And the case is complied.
Cases. All right. Hang on. One second. Okay, on behalf of the owner.
Hello, Your Honor. We did receive a notice on September 3rd to bring the property in compliance by September 8th. On the notice, the corrective action was to either bring the property in compliance by obtaining a certificate of compliance or discontinue use of the property as a vacation rental and deactivate all advertisements. We did immediately remove the property from advertisement on Airbnb and canceled all upcoming reservations. I did submit that evidence to the court for review. We did also apply for a vacation rental license, which was a 30-day process before the license was issued. We did not have our first guest until October 28th to November 2nd, which was once our vacation rental was brought into compliance. So we did actually comply with both corrective actions on the violation and contacted Patrice Jolly to let him know that the property was brought into compliance.
Losing something in the timeline here.
Your Honor, all I can say is I'm covering for Patrice. He couldn't be here today, and he did comply on 10/16/2020. So that would tell me that when they contacted him and checked and they saw the ads were down and all, he would have complied the case. So this case was complied on 10/16/2020. It has nothing to do whether they were renting or not. At what time is as if you were doing it, you were using it as a vacation rental business, then you would have to comply. So obviously they took down the ad, and then 10/16/2020 was a compliance date, which left $200 a day for 37 days that it was out of compliance.
Your Honor, the 10/16 date was the date that our vacation rental license was issued. That was, that's the date that's coming from. But as I mentioned, the property was brought in compliance immediately as the advertisements were taken down. And we contacted Mr. Jolly that Monday, which would have been September 8th, to let him know that it was brought in compliance. We just followed both corrective actions, which are laid out on the notice. One of which was to either discontinue use of the property as a vacation rental and deactivate all advertisement, or the other was to obtain a certificate of compliance. We did both. So the 10/16 date that you're seeing is the date we were issued our license, not the date it was brought in compliance. It was brought in compliance immediately once we were notified, and we talked to the inspector on September 8th.
Again, Your Honor, I was speaking for Mr. Jolly when looking at notes and what he did. That's the reason he complied it, obviously, on 10/16/2020, because you would either take down the ad and doing that, you're no longer renting it, or you get your license, actually your license to run a business. So that's why he closed it on 10/16/2020.
And Your Honor, we did also, as I mentioned, provide evidence showing that all of the reservations for September and October were canceled, and that was submitted to the court, which would further substantiate that it was brought into compliance immediately and the inspector was contacted.
Your Honor, again, if you're running a pharmacy, for example, and you don't get any business, it doesn't mean you're still not running a business without a license. Whether you were renting or not renting. Okay, if you're running a
So
business.
the ad was still posted.
Yes.
Uh,
So if you're running a business, it doesn't matter if you had customers or people coming into your business. You have to have a license for any business you run, including a restaurant or a vacation rental.
Go
Your
ahead, ma'am.
Honor,
Art is the key word.
Your Honor, on the notice, it clearly stated that we could discontinue use of the property as a vacation rental, which is what we did. My family was actually staying at the home during that time frame. And we provided evidence that there was no guests at the home. We were not renting it as a vacation rental. We were actually staying there as a family during that time frame.
But your ad was still up.
No, it was not. It was brought down immediately. It was brought down immediately. There was no ad still up. And we spoke with the inspector right away. So we handled one of the corrective actions immediately. We just also applied for our license, and that was issued on October 16th.
So you're going by Mr. Jolly's.
Right. The only other alternative, Your Honor, if we reschedule the hearing and go to the hearing while he's here. But all I can speak is, like you said, I don't know why he would have done that, because if there was proof that the ad was not running.
Well,
Okay.
also this was a citation issued and no appeal taken, but yeah.
Hello, Your Honor.
Your Honor, Katrina Jordan, Administrative Supervisor on behalf of the City of Fort Lauderdale. Is it possible that we could recall this case in a few minutes, please?
Hello, Your Honor. We would like to speak again.
Let's recall the case.
Mr. and Mrs. Snowden, give us a few minutes. They're going to review the documentation and we will recall this case back before this special magistrate shortly.
Okay, thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you. We're going to recall the case on page 41 for Inspector Bo Riggs-Zantis. Case number CE 201012999, case address 1608 Northwest 15th Street, owner Veronica Brown. This case was first heard on 2/25/21 to comply by 4/29/21. 4 sections not complied at $50 per day. Fines are due to start on April 30th, 2021, and this is a request for an extension. Good morning, Veronica. Could you please state your name for the record and raise your right hand?
Veronica Brown.
Do you swear and affirm to speak the truth at today's proceedings?
I'm sorry?
Do you swear and affirm to speak the truth at today's proceedings?
Yes.
Thank you.
Good morning again, Your Honor. Inspector Exantis, on behalf of the City of Fort Lauderdale Community Enhancement, case and address as read by the clerk. Property owner is here requesting additional time. At this time, I would let the property owner speak.
All right. Okay, Ms. Brown.
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. Tell me what progress you've made and how much of an extension you're requesting.
Okay, well, I applied for a permit to have the driveway done. I applied for the permit on I think it was April 1st. And I ran into problems with that. I back and forth at the city, making corrections to get it done. So I picked up my permit on the 26th of this month to get the work started. I'm expecting the contractor to start on it Monday. He told me Monday, you know, and hopefully it will be Monday. And then I had problems trying to get the money to pay for the permit, you know, having financial problems. But I've been working on the violations off and on as I get the money to get it done. And I'm on a restricted income, so, you know, but I do have my permit now, and I can get started on the driveway. I'm asking for 60 days to get the work completed. I don't know what kind of problems I might run into with the contractor.
Anything further from the city?
Yeah, Honor, just to be on the safe side. So I would suggest 84 days if that's okay with you.
All right. Okay, I'm going to grant an 84-day extension. Hey, ma'am, that gives
84
you
days.
July 22nd. So hopefully you can get these things taken care of.
Okay, thank you, Your Honor. I appreciate that.
Okay, all right. Good.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Bye.
Thank you, Your Honor. We're going to recall the case on page 33 for Senior Inspector Linda Holloway.
Okay.
Case number CE 17121903. Case address 2433 Sea Island Drive, owner Jean Lee Martindale. This case was first heard on 11/15/18 to comply by 5/23/19. There are 3 suspensions notated on the agenda. 2 sections complied at $25 per day. $4,100 accrued, and the city is requesting full amount. Good morning. Jean, please state your full name for the record and raise your right hand.
Yes, Your Honor, my name is Jean Martindale.
Do you swear and affirm to speak the truth at today's proceedings?
Yes.
Thank you.
I do.
Good morning again, Your Honor. Inspector Linda Holloway, case number and property address is read. The property is now in compliance. This roof has been a long battle for Mrs. Martindale. She had problems with the insurance company and several contractors. The administrative costs would be $1,196. However, the city would not oppose a reduction of fines.
I'm sorry, the city would not oppose.
A further reduction of fines. Mrs. Martindale?
Yes. None of the delays were my fault. The first roofer did a bad job and ran off the job. The second roofer came in and he went out of business. And this was just before the pandemic, and I had a hard time getting a new roofer. Then I had the pandemic and nobody would work. So all these delays have been at no fault of my own. I've been trying so hard to get this done, not only for the city, but for my own benefit. I have to understand that I'm 79, I live alone, I'm a widow, I have a disability, I have a bad heart, and I'm on Social Security. So it's all very difficult. And I have to say that Ms. Holloway has been wonderful support for me during this very difficult time. But I would like you to waive all of the fees, as none of it, the delay was my fault. I've tried very hard to comply as fast as I can. And I would appreciate consideration from the court, Your Honor.
Okay. Considering all the factors, Ms. Martindale, I'm going to waive the both the cost and the fine. Thank you.
Thank you so very much, Your Honor.
Thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Next case is on page 9. Gustavo Caracas is the inspector. Case number CE 20110082. Property address 1905 Miami Road. Owner Maria Vaca. Property was posted 4/5/2021. Posted at City Hall 4/15/2021.
Good morning, Your Honor.
Good morning.
Gotta wait. Ms. Vaca?
Yes, I'm.
Could you raise
Could
your right hand, please? Do you swear to speak the truth at today's hearing?
That is not my property, the previous picture.
We are not looking at the pictures yet.
Okay,
Do you swear to speak the truth at today's hearing?
okay, I'm sorry, I didn't hear you. I'm losing your sound.
Do you swear to speak the truth at today's hearing?
Oh, yes, absolutely, yes.
Okay.
Okay, I'll proceed.
Good morning, Your Honor. Inspector Caracas for the City of Fort Lauderdale Code Compliance Inspector presenting case number CE 20110082 for the property located at 1905 Miami Road. Inspection of the property was performed on November 4th, 2020, and cited for the following violations. 47-20.20.h. The front parking facility is not maintained at this property. There are potholes, missing wheel stops, and faded lines. 9-280G, complied. 18-12A, there's trash, rubbish, and debris on the property on its swale. The case will be presented on a special magistrate as a recurring violation for CE 171011862, whether or not it comes into compliance before the hearing. 9-280B, there are building parts which are deteriorated and not maintained, including but not limited to ceiling, windows, doors. 9-306, the exterior building walls have not been maintained. Structural parts, including fascia and soffits, are in disrepair. There are areas of the exterior that have stained and missing peeling paint. 9-05B, the landscape of this property is not being maintained in a neat and well-kept appearance. There are areas of dead and missing ground cover. The courtesy notice was issued and posted on the property and mailed to the property owner listed on BCPA via first-class mail on November 4th of 2020, allowing 10 days to come into compliance. Contact has been made numerous times with the owner of the property. Notice of hearing was posted on the property on April 5th, 2021, and a pre-hearing inspection was done on April 26th. And the pictures presented here were taken to confirm the violations still exist. The city is requesting the following: 35 days to come into compliance or a daily fine of $50 for each of the violations that exist.
Okay, all right. On behalf of the owner.
Yes, good morning. I own this property for about 5 years. And I never had any issues until the inspector came up with all these allegations. And the reason that this happened is because I evicted a tenant who owed many months. So in retaliation, she called code for something in her apartment. Okay, I also manage properties. If it's a violation of somebody calls code, the code inspector goes to the property, reviews the violation. If everything is fine, case closed, period. Not in this case. In this case, the disgruntled tenant calls for something in the apartment, excuse me, and the inspector goes out of his way to walk around private property looking for ways to get me. And I'll explain it. For instance, he cites me, which is 1812A, for trash and debris. When I met the inspector, I asked him, where is the trash and the debris? I also uploaded pictures yesterday, so hopefully you see my pictures as well. Do you see my pictures that I uploaded? Hello? Hello?
All right, I'm looking at the pictures, yes.
Good morning, Your Honor. I'm not sure on this Supervisor Stephanie Bass for the city of Fort Lauderdale. I'm not sure which photos that the property owner is referencing here, but
Yes,
I just
uploaded my
moment,
pictures yesterday afternoon.
moment, please. So I did just want to touch back on the basis when she said that the state inspector went on the property, trespass on the property. This is a multifamily complex. So the area that the inspector was in is a common area. It's common area, so they are allowed to go in there. If it's no trespassing signs, they are allowed to cite whatever violations they see on the property, Your Honor.
Understood.
Yes, but I like to explain it. When I met the inspector and I asked him to show me where the trash, what trash and debris he's referring to, while we are under the big black olive tree in front of the property, which is in the picture I submitted yesterday. I don't know if you see them. You will see that there is a real tree. The black olive tree is big, it's beautiful, and it's a real one. It's not a fake one. So they do ship leaves. So I explained to the inspector that I have a lawn service company, professional lawn service company who does a complete job. They mow the grass, they edge, they trim the hedges, etc. And also blow the leaves. They come every 2 weeks. They charge me $100 every time they come. They come every 2 weeks. And the inspector said, well, I don't care. I don't want leaves on the ground. So I said to him, then that means that I will have to stand under the tree 24 hours a day to pick up any leaf that drops. And the inspector said, exactly. Okay, it gets even better. He cites me for ground cover in back of the building. I have the front is asphalt, the back is gravel, which faces the city alley. And he tells me that I need to add more gravel, even though there was plenty of gravel. He wanted me to add gravel. And one of the pictures I sent yesterday, I uploaded, it shows the people working and putting the gravel, 2 yards of gravel on the back parking lot. The inspector also wanted me to repair the city alleyway. And I told him that that belongs to the city. He says, I don't care. You use it and you have to add gravel to the alley. He wanted me to do that. So I called Public Works and they say, you know, the inspector is citing me because he wants me to add gravel in your alley. He says, no, you don't have to do that. We do that every 10 years. He says, because it's just dirt. He says, oh, we do that every 10 years. He says he wants you to do it. I said, well, if he wants you to repair city property, it says, well, if something is wrong, you need to find out who the supervisor is and complain about them. Okay. So now going back to the leaves that he wanted, so when he wanted me to stand under the tree 24 hours to pick up any leaf that drops, I contacted the landscaping department of the city and I told him what the inspector was telling me. And he says he doesn't want leaves on the ground. He wants to stand under the tree. He says, why not leaves? I go, this is even better. You should use leaves as mulch because it gives nutrients back to the earth instead of just wasting a lot of landfills. So according to the landscaping department, they would like me to have leaves, but I don't have leaves there. I sent you pictures yesterday. I uploaded all those pictures. So he wants to do that. The inspector also stated to me that I should not be just sitting back and counting all the money that comes in. Well, guess what? The reason I evicted tenants is because nobody paid last year. They got used to not paying rent. So that's what he said. You shouldn't just be sitting back counting all the money that comes in. Okay? Now it gets even better. The driveway, he wanted me to fix the public alley. So I fixed it. I added 2 years of gravel. Then so far as the asphalt parking lot, which I uploaded a picture yesterday, I had it refinished. Somebody came and redid it, resurfaced the parking lot. They charged me $600. I'm sorry, $650 for the driveway. He seemed to be okay at first, but then later he comes and says, well, it's not smooth enough. It's not smooth enough. I have lost not one, not two, but 3 hiccups driving in city roads full of potholes. And I also needed an alignment from one of the holes that was very deep from the city. And he's telling me that the parking lot is not smooth enough. After I had it refinished the way he wanted that done. Okay, what I have not done is stand under the tree 24 hours a day trying to pick it up. So
Ma'am, thank you very much. Okay.
so I comply with,
Yes.
Another thing is, excuse me, but another thing he also cited me for is saying that I have electrical wires and accessories not maintained in good and safe working condition. When I asked him to point out where these electrical wires are, because there aren't any, he points out to the corner of the back building that has
Okay,
very
ma'am,
neatly
ma'am,
Comcast
ma'am,
cable lines, and he made me put a box.
Okay, thank you. Okay.
All right. Good morning, Reggie White, Code Compliance Supervisor for City of Fort Lauderdale. I went out to the property and spoke to the owner of the property, Miss Maria Vaca, and I explained to her the violations. One of the violations, I'll just start from the top, was the gravel driveway. It not only borders the alleyway, but it also borders the right of way, so you can see the driveway from the road. Number one. Number two, sorry.
Ma'am,
let me
please don't
explain it.
interrupt.
Number two, the gravel driveway was a combination of dirt, and it was in the condition it was laid out. The gravel was not contained. I explained that to Ms. Vaca, and I explained to her what she needed to do to come into compliance. One, she needed to lay down some more gravel, and she needed to contain her gravel driveway. That was a violation. Okay,
Ma'am, please don't interrupt.
That was one violation. The second violation was the maintenance of the driveway. It had potholes and it had some uneven areas. I explained that it needed to be resealed. You need to fill those potholes, and you also need to restripe the driveway. I also explained the trash and debris that was left out. You had bags of leaves and garbage, and
There
you
was no
stored
garbage, no
it.
makeup.
Hold on a second.
Ma'am, don't interrupt.
You stored the bags underneath the tree. I explained to you that you cannot store your garbage and your trash in front of your property. Those are the 3 violations that we went over. Oh, also ground cover. You didn't have ground cover. You had a combination of gravel and some dirt in some areas. I pointed out specifically what needed to come into compliance. You did mention the wires. That violation is in compliance. So I know you mentioned that, but you're in compliance with that. We're only discussing the gravel driveway, the asphalt driveway, and the trash and the bare missing ground cover areas.
All right. So the trash, although it's apparently not depicted in the photographs, was bags.
Yeah, the trash, and I explained this to her. She had a lawn person come, and I guess they cleaned up the leaves. That was one of the violations that Gus pointed out. But she stored it there. She left them in front of her property.
It was raining that day.
I was trying to, let her understand that she can't store it there. She has to store it to a place that's not visible from the road.
Right, and Your Honor, good morning.
It was
You're
raining
doing
that
well. This is Portia Williams, Assistant Director, but really the Code Enforcement Manager also. Your Honor, just so that you know, for multifamily properties, a gravel driveway is not allowed. Aside from that, we've dealt with Ms. Vaca, not for just this property, but in general, and we don't have any problem outlining what the violations are. There just seems to really be a lack of willingness to comply to violations.
Excuse me, I complied. I added 2
So-
yards of
Ma'am,
gravel.
ma'am, okay, final warning, ma'am. Do
Right.
not interrupt.
The violations are clearly shown in the photographs, Your Honor. Aside from us showing them in the photographs, we have illustrations
I've
that
got
we can use.
I've got that.
Right. And so
Okay.
we're just asking for the finding of fact and the daily fines for each of the violations, Your Honor.
Okay,
Thank you.
okay, Ms. Vaca, anything you want to say in conclusion?
Yes, I already
Make it
added,
brief, please.
yeah, I already added 2 yards of gravel, and he was aware, the inspector is very well aware, I added 2 yards of gravel to the backyard. But now they want me to put a 1-foot border between the gravel and the grass, and I explained to them, if I do that, the resident, that when they go to the car, they're gonna trip on it, fall and injure themselves. But the inspector said, but it would look pretty, instead of just sitting back and counting all the money that comes in, you can spend it, so it can look pretty. And I asked the inspector, the supervisor, Regis White, I said, look, all these violations that I was cited for Comcast cables not being in a box, you know, that can you provide me with the code that says what it has to be in a box and how many feet or whatever he wants of gravel. I already added 2 yards of gravel, $700 for the backyard. That's what I was charged. 2 yards of gravel was added to the backyard. Now they want me to make a mountain, more yards. I don't understand. That's very unfair. Very unfair.
Okay. I understand your position, ma'am. Thank you very
So,
much.
I mean, if I need to add 2 more, then I'm gonna need more time. I'm gonna need more time than to have a company come back and build a mountain in back.
All right, as to 18-12A, I make a finding of fact 6 days exist. As to all remaining violations, I find they do exist, except for 9-280G, which is applied. All the others, I find they do exist. 35 days to comply, $50 per day thereafter.
Okay, I would like to
Thank you.
know in
Your Honor,
writing.
can you please clarify that the $50 is per violation per day, just for the record, please?
Yes, it's
Could I
35
have it in
days
writing specifically?
per day on each.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Can I
Okay.
get it
Ms.
in
Baca, you'll
writing?
receive a notice in the mail.
No, will the
Yes,
clerk
no, I need
please
it in writing.
call the next case?
Your Honor, recalling the case on page 35 with Senior Inspector Leonard Champagne for case number CE 200800492, case address 2112 Northeast 32nd Avenue, owners Shannon and Stacy Nowden. The property was cited on 9/3/2020 to comply by 9/8/2020. One section complied at $200 per day, $7,400 accrued,
Oh, yes.
and the city is requesting full amount. We are recalling the vacation rental case. The case on page 35. Good morning, I'm sorry, good afternoon, Mr. Nowden. Could you please raise your right hand as we previously just swore in your wife? Do you swear and affirm to speak the truth at today's proceedings?
Yes, I do.
Thank you.
Okay, have you resolved any problems?
Yes, Your Honor, again, Katrina Jordan, Administrative Supervisor for the City of Fort Lauderdale. We verified that the listing was still up on VRBO. I'm sorry, booking.com.
We're not even listed on booking.com.
Is it my time? Oh.
Yes, sir, you can speak.
Okay. We only advertise on Airbnb and VRBO. We don't advertise on booking.com. We have never received a reservation from booking.com ever. So that may be a false advertisement. I'm not sure, but we have never advertised on booking.com. With the information we provided, we followed the guidelines where it says to obtain a certificate of compliance or discontinue the use of the property as a vacation rental and deactivate all advertisements. We deactivated all advertisements that we personally put up, and we have submitted proof of that, showing that we cancel any upcoming vacation stays. And then also in the letter says, once you're in compliance, contact the code inspector. We furthermore contacted the code compliance to let him know we was in compliance now. And at no time or any other time did we ever receive any information saying that we was booking our advertising on a different website. So this advertisement is a false. This isn't our listing. I'm not sure who listing this is, but it's not our listing.
Okay, okay, Mr. Champagne. I'm seeing an advertisement here that says this property is not for rent, but I don't know the date of it.
Your Honor, if I could, for the record, Ronald Montoya Hassan, as Your Honor said at the beginning of this hearing, before it was.
I'm sorry, who's speaking, please?
Me, Rhonda.
Oh, you've been so quiet today.
I know, uncharacteristically. Thank you, Your Honor. As before we recessed this hearing, Your Honor pointed out correctly that this is a citation. One of the reasons why the city requires advertisements to be removed, as opposed to just the verbiage on the ad that you're seeing about not taking reservations at this time. And I'm not saying I have any knowledge either way as to this particular property or Mr. Nowden's actions or inactions, but you know, if the listing is still up, you know, the city could look and verify compliance, and then a property owner could an hour later flip the switch and take reservations and take it out of that posture that it's currently not taking reservations. So that's one of the reasons why the city requires property owners, if they're choosing not to continue as a vacation rental, to remove the advertisement. So this would still, in the city's position, constitute they were still advertising because the advertisement was not removed. And unfortunately, since it was a citation and not appealed to raise issues that it was potentially a false advertising, we're kind of at where we're at, and that's why the inspector complied the case once the property owner did in fact get did register, obtain that registration for a vacation rental.
If I could speak, please.
Yes, please, certainly.
The reason why we didn't do appeal is because, like I said, I do understand what she's saying. People could take it off and get relisted. But for us to show the proof that we canceled all our future reservations and uploaded that, it was like 4 reservations or 5 reservations that we actually canceled that was during that time frame, to show that we was in compliance. Now to bring up a false advertisement from booking.com that that's not my advertise. We don't advertise on booking.com. Have never taken a reservation from booking.com ever. So for us not to actually advertise on that website, we have no way to actually take it down, because that's not our listing, is what we're saying. We took down the listings that we did have, and then we canceled the reservations we did have to make sure we was in compliance with what the letter stated, to not rent it out as a vacation rental without a license. So we did that. We actually stayed in the property ourselves during that time, because it's a lovely property and we wanted to make sure we get use out of it. So we did everything that was asked of us. We contacted the agency, like it states in the letter, to contact them. So we saw no need to do an appeal because we followed the letter to a T. It said you do an appeal if you have an issue or you don't agree with something. We didn't have an issue with what was asked of us, so we proceeded to perform in that way. And one last thing for the record, I'm not sure why he updated the record for October 16th. We actually received our license on October 1st, just to be clear on that too. At that time, we relisted our property on Airbnb, which is a platform we use to get guests. And if you check the history of booking.com, you will see that there has never been a review or any type of reservation on that website, because we have never, I don't even know what that website is. I have never used that website. So I have no control of delisting from that website. I'm not sure if someone did a false advertisement, but that's not our advertisement.
Okay, all right. Yes, sir. Can you? Yes.
Okay, well, this is much better now.
Yes.
So Julio Davila, Code Compliance Supervisor, a record indicates that the listings shown on booking.com were advertised both on the 12th and the 29th. So those are the dates that the record indicates that the case was still being advertised. At least those are the dates of our re-inspections, showing that it was still active.
And like I state, that's not our listing. So whoever was advertising, that's a false advertisement for their home or a different address. That wasn't my house. So that's a false, does that advertisement say the address? Like, that's not my house. So I'm not sure where you're getting this information from. That's not my listing.
So you said you didn't advertise on booking.com?
No, sir. Never have. Like I asked, there's no reviews, no nothing. I have never done anything on booking.com, has never received a penny from booking.com. Never. I don't advertise on booking.com. I'm not even aware of that website. So I'm trying to be clear that that's a false advertisement. That's someone else's, what they're portraying is someone else's advertisement. That's not my advertisement. I wouldn't go about counseling all my future reservations if I wanted to be sneaky and advertise somewhere else. That makes no sense. As the evidence I produced, we counseled over 5 reservations.
All right.
If we could share the picture of the property.
Okay, this is booking.com.
Sir, are you saying that the pictures being depicted right now are not of your property?
What I'm saying, sir, is the pictures being depicted, I did not put this on this website.
But do the pictures depict your property? Is this what your property looks like?
These pictures does resemble my property, correct, sir?
Okay, we have, we have no way of knowing who you contracted or not for your bookings, or whether or not somebody
you do have a way of knowing,
without your authorization placed a booking, as that it could have been done anywhere. They could place a booking, without your authorization anywhere. It's not for us to determine that or decide that. All we can say is what the evidence shows, and that the evidence shows that there indeed was advertisement, which was failed to be removed on the dates I previously mentioned, which were the 12th and the 29th.
Your Honor, if I may, I want to offer a solution that I think is fair to both sides. Portia Williams, Assistant Director for the Department of Sustainable Development. Based on what I'm hearing, I do not challenge at all that the owner didn't place the bookings on booking.com. What I would offer is, if instead of imposing the $7,400 civil citation, if we could simply have a finding of fact that the violation, meaning the advertisement, did exist, not speaking to booking, but did exist. And if we could, moving forward, if there's a violation, we just have it that on record it did exist. And the reasons I'm going to list is because typically when we have vacation rentals, there's an issue if we have like a party house or a disruption to the community. To my knowledge, that's not the case in this instance. As it relates to the advertisement, I do believe that the property owner did take measures to not only remove some advertisements from online, but also to cease the use of the property and did eventually become certified through the city using the proper process. And so as a compromise, if we could only have a finding of fact with no violation, like an actual financial penalty, we would be happy for that. And I don't know if the property owner would agree to it, but if he does, we would be happy with the finding of fact.
Yes, we agree to that.
All right, fine. So ordered.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you,
Thank
Your
you,
Honor.
guys.
Thank you.
Our next case is on page 37. Case number CE 20101247. Inspector Patrice Jolly, Senior Inspector Leonard Champagne presenting. Case address 617 Northeast 9th Avenue, numbers 1 and 2. This property was cited on 11/4/2020 to comply by 11/9/2020. One section complied at $200 per day. $7,800 accrued, and the city's requesting full amount.
Good morning, Your Honor. That one was 401 North Birch, Katrina?
No, 617 Northeast
I got
9th
it.
Avenue.
Okay. Good morning, Your Honor. Case number CE 2010124.
One second, Liddy. We're waiting on the respondent.
Okay.
We'll recall the case, Your Honor, as the respondent is having difficulties logging all the way in. Our next case on page 38. Inspector Patrice Jolly, Senior Inspector Leonard Champagne presenting case number CE 20110176. Case address 1326 Northeast 14th Avenue. Owners Ronald and Margaret LaFlamme. The property was cited on 11/5/2020 to comply by 11/10/2020. One section complied at $200 per day. $4,400 accrued, and the city is requesting full amount.
Good morning, Your Honor. Leonard Champagne for CE, KCE 2011076, 1326 Northeast 14th Avenue. This property was first cited with a citation on 11/5/2020. The fine started on 11/11/2020. The violation came into compliance on 12/3/2020. It was out of a compliance for 22 days at $200 a day for $4,400. The violation was 15272A. This property is being utilized as a vacation rental without the required certificate of compliance from the city.
Ronald, are you still present?
Okay, on behalf of the owner,
Your Honor, it appears the owner walked away from the camera. We will recall the case and we will attempt to call him via telephone to ask him to please return to his camera. Our next case on page 38. Case number CE 20101075, case address 200 Southwest 9th Avenue, numbers 1 and 2. Owners Craig Mills and Judy Karambokas. This property was cited on 11/9/2020 to comply by 11/24/2020. One section not complied at $200 per day, $31,200 accrued. The city is requesting full amount and fines continue to accrue.
Again, Your Honor.
Hello?
Good morning, Craig. Can you please raise your right hand?
Yes, I can. I'm at work, so please forgive me. I'm working on the plane.
Our apologies. Do you swear to affirm
That's okay.
proceedings?
Yes, I do.
Thank you.
Yes, so I contacted Mr. Jolly regarding the situation. He's never responded to our email.
Sir,
Can you hear me?
Sir?
Yes.
Sir, are you in a place where you have to wear a mask?
Yes, I'm working. I'm on a plane. I have to wear my mask. I'm working. I'm
Okay.
sorry about that. Actually, hold on 1 second. Hold on 1 second. A few minutes before we close the main boarding door. Is that better? Oh, there goes. I request to hold on, please.
In addition, large electronic devices such as laptops.
Hold on.
Mr. Mills, we'll reschedule your case because clearly.
Yes, please. Thank you. Because I'm at work and it was a bad time. Sorry about that. I work for an airline and I just got back on duty, after COVID. So I do apologize for this. Very briefly, I did contact Mr. Jolly requesting more time to get the license and to get everything done to not have this fine accrued to the amount. And he's never responded to either email or voicemail.
No
So I
worries.
just
Mills, we'll definitely review the case and reschedule at a time.
I'm actually in process of getting the license. I'm going to finalize it when I get to the hotel later on tonight.
Okay, no worries. We will contact you this evening.
Thank you so much. And I do apologize for the inconvenience. Sorry about that.
No worries. We totally understand. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. How many more respondents do we have?
We have about 7 or 8 more, sir.
All right, let's take a 5-minute recess.
We'll take a 5-minute recess. Thank you. Our next case is on page 37. Inspector Patrice Jolly, Senior Inspector Leonard Champagne presenting case number CE 201012447. Case address 617 Northeast 9th Avenue, numbers 1 through 2. Owner 617 Northeast 9th Avenue LLC. The property was cited on 11/4/2020 to comply by 11/9/2020. One section complied at $200 per day, $7,800 accrued, and the city is requesting full amount.
Good afternoon, Your Honor.
Hi,
Leonard Champagne.
Jonathan. Could you please raise your right hand?
Yes.
Hi, do you swear and affirm to speak the truth at today's proceedings?
All right.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you.
Morning, good afternoon, Your Honor. Leonard Champagne again for the city for case and address as read. This case was I'm presenting for Patrice Jolly. Okay, he first cited this place cited the property for the citation on 11/4/2020. Fine was started on 11/10/2020. Complied date was 12/19/2020. That left us out of compliance for 39 days at $200, which equals $7,800. The violation was 15-272A. This property is being utilized as a vacation rental without the required certificate of compliance from the city. And the city, like I said, has been complied, and the city is requesting the full amount of $7,800 be imposed.
All right, on behalf of the owner.
Yes, my name's Jonathan Christophic. I'm the property manager. When we bought the property, we have, this was sort of a misunderstanding. I think that there was just a lot of miscommunications and a lot of just errors in general. So when we purchased the property, the website and the license and management was supposed to go with the property and transition us for I think it's 30 to 60 days or whatever. So what I wanted to do though is just display this paperwork just to show you that you know, this is not my first time doing this. When I submitted the paperwork to the DBPR and tried to transition out of the current or their current management, what we did is we had an error because of the name. And the DPR, it took them like 30 some days to get back, and they couldn't find what the problem was. And I think it was because it was the same name. And it really held up the whole process, because without that, I can't start the other paperwork. I was in good communication with Officer Jolly. I was in good communication with Camille. I even sent a nice note afterwards, and he, you know, he's very helpful. He asked me to delist. I did delist. I followed orders from him because I knew that I was in a pickle. You know, I was not trying in any way, shape, or form to try to like get over on somebody and not be licensed. We just had to get this out of their name and into ours, and it was really difficult to do it. And I don't know what, maybe it was COVID. I have no idea what the problem was with that on the DBPR side. But I wanted to show you, you know, these papers, you know, I wanted to show you when it was issued versus when I applied for it. It really, really held me up, held everything up. And, you know, it was just a big ordeal. It was a big problem. It was a lot of hours on the phone. So when I called Officer Jolly, he said, you know, he told me he knew how concerned I was. And also in the office, Camille and, you know, they knew how concerned I was. They told me there was nothing to worry about as long as I had everything good to go. They issued me, they inspected me, everything like that. And, you know, I was very shocked that I even got something like this. I didn't get it. The owner got it, and I was just blown away. And, you know, if I can, you know, I take it serious to the vacation rentals. You know, this is my business, my industry. And, you know, if I get this fine, you know, it's not good for me. And I don't say that for a sympathy play, but, you know, I was assured that everything was good. Our ducks were in a row, and we've done the right thing. I was in good communication with them the whole time. And, you know, even the power of attorney started on November 5th. If you could see when we got started on it versus when we got communication back from the DBPR. and also in addition to this, that the majority of the property, if not all, at a large sum of the time that it was rental, it was full-time rentals because they were taken by the previous owner. So we had to just transition out of this. And I guess this is just sort of what happened here. But, I was assured that we were all good to go. And, we got our certificate, everything was fine. And, I was very happy and grateful. And then, we got this, the owner called me up and this is not good, obviously, but, I'm not trying to dodge money, but, I really felt as though I was in compliance the whole time, spoke with the appropriate people, took the appropriate steps. And then, now I have this to deal with, which is shocking, actually, shocking. I reached out to Patrice Jolly several times, even before this hearing. And also the DBPR just to try to validate the fact that, there was a problem. And, I had no luck with the DBPR and Officer Jolly didn't respond.
I'm sorry. I didn't want to interrupt you, but I think just for us to continue on with the case, I see that I'm sorry, Supervisor Bass for the city of Fort Lauderdale, speaking on behalf of the property. You're mentioning the DBPR, which is separate from the city of our entity, the city of Fort Lauderdale. So the case, it wasn't complied because of the fact that you were still advertising during this time. So although
at that time, ma'am, I'm sorry, go ahead.
So although you were in the process of obtaining your license and going through the proper procedure needed to obtain your license at that time, you should have still stopped any type of rental or advertising for the vacation rental until your license was obtained. So that's the point that we're at now, Your Honor.
May I?
Yes, sir.
Okay,
Yes.
so throughout this process, and again, I'm not trying to get over on anyone or be dishonest, please. The account was not ours. So the account was currently being managed by the previous people. So, I didn't manage the platform. I didn't manage the platform. So, I got to manage the platform, maybe 3 weeks before the inspection. Then I did, in fact, delist. When I had the ability to delist, I delisted. And, I was in communication with Patrice Jolly, who's a very nice man.
Okay, so you delisted December, correct? December 19th is when you delisted?
I cannot exactly remember the date.
That's the compliance date you have that you delisted December 19th. So the fine started on November 10th, you delisted on December 19th, which brings us 39 days out of compliance, just one moment, at 200 a day, which equals 7,800. So you have to already be licensed before you start listing or renting the property. Yeah.
Ma'am, if I may say this, that I was not in control of that listing. And the agreement was to purchase, and have management transition all this while we sort of got a grip on everything. And, I did my absolute best. I really did. I'm not just, lying and trying to be long-winded. And, we did our absolute best and we did everything, right. And we validated it with the correct people. I realized that if you look at it very black and white, you could just, stick it to me or whatever, but hey, I'm asking for forgiveness or something because I'm going to be terminated for this. And, I really felt as though we were doing the right thing, not felt. I had validation from the office and Patrice Jolly.
So Your Honor, it seems like he's the management for this, however, still the owner's ultimate responsibility. So if that was some miscommunication between him and the owner, it seems like that's something that they have to debate between them. So at this time, we're asking you to make a finding of fact for what has been read in, whether or not the violation exists and whether or not they'll be in position of fines, Your Honor.
So the city's just seeking a finding of fact that the violation did exist.
And in the imposition of fines at 7,800 because they were out of violation for 39 days. The fine started on November 10th, 2020. They didn't delist until December 19th, 2020. So they were advertising and renting the property out prior to obtaining the license needed to do so, Your Honor.
But ma'am,
Your Honor, this is a citation, Your Honor.
I'm sorry. Yeah, yes, I noticed that. All right. Okay. Sir, Mr. Jonathan, did you want to add something else?
I just wanted to add that, we had full-time rentals, long-term rentals that were accepted prior to ownership. And, we were in good, we did exactly what I did exactly what I was told to do. And I followed the process of order, and I was assured that everything was okay. And that was it. I even called on behalf of the citation. And hey, just follow this, get this squared away, you'll be okay. And then I transitioned the account to me, and that's where I'm at. And I'm asking you to please give it some consideration, because this is not good for me.
Well, were you in charge of the advertising on the internet?
No.
Or was that
No.
the owner was doing that?
No,
So-
it wasn't even the owner. It was the previous owner. That's the thing. It was the previous owner. Her name was Lynn.
I'm sorry, you say the previous owner.
Yeah, the previous owner, Lynn, still held the account, and her manager, Bay, they were the people driving this. So, all I tried to do is get it out of their hands into ours. I had a little blip there with the DBPR. Certainly something happened there, and I think it was because it was the same name going to another, a different person, same name. So I guess they were a little confused there, or something happened, but it really put us behind. I was in communication again with the office, and they said, hey, just, follow this, do this. And that's exactly what I did. And, I was very happy at the end of all this. And then, it was just sort of,
Your Honor, if I could ask you to just again, sort of make a ruling. I mean, I believe the property manager has said the same thing like over and over 15 times, and we have a long agenda, and we still have a lien reduction.
Yes. Your Honor, and as the city attorney has already stated, this is a citation. So there was no administrative appeal. So we're asking for a finding of fact and the fine to be imposed, Your Honor.
All right, under the circumstances, I'm going to make a finding of fact the violation did exist and impose the full amount of the fine, $7,800.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you.
Our next case is on page 39. Case numbers, Inspector Patrice Jolly, Senior Inspector Leonard Champagne presenting case number CE 201011119, case address 2036 Northeast 21st Avenue. Owner George L. Koski Revocable Living Trust, Elizabeth C. Koski Revocable Living Trust. Property cited on 11/21/2020. To comply by 11/26/2021, section not complied at $200 per day. $30,800 accrued. The city is requesting full amount, and fines continue to accrue.
Good afternoon again, Your Honor.
One second, Lenny. Michael, please raise your right hand.
Yes.
Do you swear and affirm to speak the truth at today's proceedings?
Yes, I do.
Thank you. The address is 2036 Northeast 21st Avenue.
Good morning, Your Honor. Good afternoon, Your Honor. Leonard Champagne for the city, presenting for Patrice Jolly. 2036 Northeast 21st Avenue, CE 2010119. For a violation 15272A, this property is being utilized as a vacation rental without the required certificate of compliance from the city. This was first cited with a citation 11/21/2020. Fine started 11/27/2020. That would leave it out of violation. It was last inspected. I looked it up, actually inspected and looked up for the ads today. And I did find as of today, that the violation, the ads have been removed. Okay, so as of today, the ads, the listings have been removed. So it is into compliance. But if up to, I guess what today would be 152 days at $200, which is $30,400.
All right.
Would that be right on the final? Okay. And we're asking for full amount to be imposed.
Amount is,
Say again, Your Honor?
yeah, so we're,
I checked that yesterday, today, and the ad was removed. That's what I could do. Pictures were.
you were out of, the city's position is out of compliance for 152 days, correct?
Yes, yes, Your Honor, was not complied for 152 days at $200 a day for $30,400. And like I said, as of today, the ad has been taken down. There was no advertisement. So it's would be complied as of today.
All right, on behalf of the owner.
Yes, Your Honor. So we were not aware of that November notice. We did receive the notice on April 14th, at which time we reached out to Mr. Jolly, and after some phone tag, we were aware of the situation. We immediately shut down any advertising as he advised us. And then this is the end of this for this property, but we were not aware of the issue previously. So we just, kind of addressing it as we were made aware of it. So I think as of the 22nd, Mr. Jolly confirmed that all of our stuff was taken down, and we were just, and that's when we last communicated with Mr. Jolly.
Oh, I'm sorry. Here.
All right, I'm really not understanding what your reasoning is
Yesterday and today, I checked.
for contesting the fine.
Well, I guess we didn't know that we were in violation. We did get that notice on April 14th, but we didn't realize that we were in violation. My father's 86 and this is his property. And so we didn't know that this was going on until he let me know about this letter on the 14th.
Okay, but you got the citation. What was the citation date? Was that November 2020?
Yeah, and he did not said he told me he did not receive that. So I don't know. We weren't aware of this November citation.
Well, it was sent to.
Citation date was? It was
So
first
was it
cited
sent?
on, it was first cited on November 21st, Your Honor.
Was it sent to his mailing address or no? Was it sent to
the property
2017?
address listed on Broward County Property Appraisers?
Northeast.
Yeah, that's
Wherever your tax roll is at, that's where the notices are sent.
To 2017.
that
21st Street.
that is the correct address for him, but he did not.
Who is him?
My father, George, sitting right here. He's 86 and a little challenged to hear, but he did not know of anything that he got in November.
Well,
He wasn't aware of that.
That's an issue.
Okay, again, Your Honor, this is a citation that was not appealed. It was first cited on November 21st, 2020. And the fine started on November 27th, 2020. Was out of compliance for a total of 152 days at $200 a day, totaling $30,400. Again, this is a citation that wasn't appealed, Your Honor.
Can I speak?
Yes, sure.
I didn't, I didn't know that I didn't know there was an issue, and then I guess if we need to appeal it, we weren't aware of that either. I did see down below in the letter.
It's in the citation.
Yeah, I apologize. I read the letter, but I didn't see down below where it said you can contact if you want to appeal. but we've been in touch with Mr. Jolly, so we thought that we were responding to this letter as necessary.
How are you related to George?
I'm his son.
Okay.
He's sitting right here, but he can't hear. He's 86.
That's fine. Your Honor, so if we can, because of the fact that it wasn't a citation, I'm gonna say that it was a citation, it wasn't an appeal, that we can suggest the same as you did in the previous cases, that they can later go to the lien process. However, it wasn't a appeal, so therefore we're inclined to impose the fines.
That's absolutely what the ordinance said. So given the circumstances, I'm going to grant the city's request for imposition of a fine of $30,400.
Okay, and are we able to appeal, or is that?
You can't
Yeah,
appeal
there-
the citation, sir, because that time ran like in November of last year, but you can apply for a lien reduction, which
Okay.
is a separate process, and that's on the city's website. And ask, at a later hearing to have your fine reduced.
Okay. So so the November notification, I guess, did he have to sign for that? Did my father have to sign for that or anything? That November mailing?
Citation is actually is if no one's there for a signature, it's
Yeah.
posted on the property. And it's also posted in our city hall. So therefore, we ensure that we have service before moving forward. So we
Okay.
did have the correct measures of service.
Okay.
All right, thank you, sir.
Thank you, Your Honor.
So.
Are there any respondents in the room who are not here for lien reduction and your case has not been called? Bijan, you are here for lien reduction. Are there any respondents who are not here for lien reduction and your case has not been called? Thank you, Larry. Our next case is on page 7. Inspector Will Snyder. Case number CE 20110408, case address 3001 North Ocean Boulevard, owner 3001 North Ocean LLC, property posted 4721, posted at City Hall 41521. Mr. Rojas, please state your full name for the record and raise your right hand.
Larry M. Rojas.
Do you swear and affirm to speak the truth at today's proceedings?
I do.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, Your Honor. Code Officer Will Snyder, City of Fort Lauderdale Code Enforcement, presenting case CE 20110408 for the property located at 3001 North Ocean Boulevard. This property was first inspected November 17, 2020, and given 30 days to correct for the following violations. 9-306, the exterior building walls have not been maintained. There are areas of the exterior that have stains, missing, peeling paint, and the fascia and soffits as well. 18-12A, there's overgrowth, trash, rubbish, and debris on the property and or its swale. And 18-1, there's graffiti at the property that is creating a public nuisance. This 18-1 was brought into compliance April 27, 2021. The city is requesting 10 days for the violation of section 18-12A and 42 days for the violation of section 9-306 to correct these violations, or a fine of $50 per violation for each day thereafter.
Right, on behalf of the owner.
Yes, on violation 8-12A, the overgrowth, the trash and the rubbish has been remediated. I had a quick discussion with you, Inspector Snyder, last week in regards to it. I don't know if you had any chances to cruise by there, but we've been maintaining it. It just due to the property being where it is, and we're not there all the time, so some folks come in and take advantage of violating it. Just a big picture, it's not that this property's just been sitting there and we don't want to do anything with it. Earlier on in 2019, we went, well, actually it was in 2018, we started with the DRC on making this property a new hotel.
Sir, Mr. Rojas.
I apologize.
Mr. Rojas.
Yes.
Mr. Rojas. It is manifestly evident to me that 18-1, the violation exists. The city's requesting 10 days, $50 per day thereafter. I don't need a history of the property to rule on that.
Understood.
Okay, so 10 days to comply, $50 per day thereafter. If you've taken care, and the other one, 42 days to comply, $50 per day thereafter.
Your Honor, for clarity, the remaining violation is 18-12A. They actually did get rid of the graffiti, not once, but twice. So they've been doing a good job on that end. But a lot of the trash and debris that's on the property is being stored in the dumpster enclosure. So that's why it still exists. Most of the rest of the property looks fine, obviously, with the exception of the building. It's still in pretty rough shape.
Okay, is 18-12A complied or not complied?
It's not.
Not
18-1 is in compliance.
Okay.
But to the respondents' credit, they have been trying, you know, obviously, and with the building in such a dilapidated state, I can understand why it's taken them longer to get that
Okay.
aspect done.
All right, so 18-12A, 10 days to comply, $50 per day thereafter. 9-306, 42 days to comply, $50 per day thereafter.
If I may speak.
Yes, sir.
Just the what I was speaking about before, and just a long story short is that we have got okay to go ahead and develop this building. I mean, this property. We are in with the city and Broward County for the demo of the existing building, as it's a nuisance, and just and it's affecting the site, and we're going to clear the site. So we do have Broward County approval already to move forward. We're into Fort Lauderdale, and we're trying to get a permit to go ahead and demolish the building and close that area up. So what we were doing is, instead of having to go ahead and pay and fix a building that it needs to go away, we've submitted for permits to just remove the building and all curbing around it in order to make it a flat piece of property and clean until we could get the building permits to build on it. And we have our DRC approval, so that was
The only
relevant.
violation here is for trash, rubbish, and debris. That's it.
Gotcha.
Correct.
Okay.
Thank you very much.
Great. Thank you so much.
Ruling made.
Thank you.
Again, are there any respondents in the room that are not here for lien reduction? Bijan, you are here for lien reduction. Are there any respondents in the room who are not here for lien reduction? Bijan?
Yes, do you hear me?
Yes, you are here for lien reduction.
Correct.
Right, we haven't started yet.
Thank you.
You're welcome. So now we're getting ready to call our non-respondents. On page 2, case number CE 210-20297 has been withdrawn. Our next case is on page 3, Inspector Luke Boudrum, case number CE 200302110, case address 2675 Southwest 13th Street, owner Lone Palm Properties LLC. Property posted 4/1/2020, posted at City Hall 4/15/2021. Sorry, posted at property 4/1/2021.
Good afternoon, Your Honor.
Good afternoon.
Inspector Luke Boudrum with the City of Fort Lauderdale. Case and address is read. This property was initially inspected on March 6th of 2020, but no violations were written up due to the pandemic. On November 4th, 2020, the following violations were found. 9-305B, the swale of the property is in disrepair and missing live ground cover. 9-306, the exterior of the property is not being maintained. Plywood on the windows are falling off and the gutters are falling off as well. The violation was not brought into compliance within the required time. As of the last inspection on April 28th, 2021, the property is still not in compliance. The city requests property be brought into compliance within 35 days, June 3rd, or a fine of $100 per day per violation be imposed.
Any appearance on behalf of the owner?
No, sir, we're non-respondents.
All right, I find the violations do exist, 35 days to comply, $100 per day thereafter.
Per violation. Thank you.
Per violation, yes.
Our next case on page 3, Inspector Patrice Jolly, Senior Inspector Leonard Champagne, presenting case number CE 200200419, case address 1395 West Sunrise Boulevard, owner DeCapa LLC. Property posted 3/19/2021, posted at City Hall 4/15/21.
Good afternoon, Your Honor. Leonard Champagne for the city, presenting for Patrice Jolly, CE 200200419, 1395 West Sunrise Boulevard. This, I inspected this yesterday, Your Honor, and 9306, 4719 4D1, and 472020 H have all been complied. That leaves us with one violation open, which is 472111A, and that would be for the landscaping that this commercial property is not being properly maintained. There are areas of dead and missing ground cover on the rear and the front swales of the property. Okay, it's not in compliance. When dealing with the managers, we agreed to give them an additional 35 days to come into compliance. And the city will then ask $100 a day thereafter if necessary.
Right, I find that violation does exist, 35 days to comply, $100 per day thereafter.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you. Our next case on page 5, Inspector Michael Jordan, case number CE 210200408, case address 505 Southwest 20th Avenue, owner Guidel Fenster. Property posted 4/19/21, posted at City Hall 4/15/21.
Good morning, Your Honor. Officer Michael Jordan for the city of Fort Lauderdale. Case number and address as read. Violations were 18-12A, overgrowth, trash, litter, and debris on the property. 47-341A1, illegal land use, items stored outdoors, outdoor storage. 9-305B, the landscape of the property not being maintained in a well and neat kept appearance. 9-304B, vehicles and trailers parked on the grass lawn swale area. 24-27B, waste containers left roadside overnight after collection day. Your Honor, all of these have been complied. The city's requesting a finding of fact. And that's all we're asking for, Your Honor.
I'm sorry, say that again, that
all the violations have been complied. As of the pre-hearing inspection, the city's requesting a finding of fact.
all right, so they're all complied.
Yes, sir, they're all
The fact
complied.
that they did exist.
Correct.
Our next case is on page 7.
I didn't hear him issue.
Yeah, I made a finding of fact that the violations did exist.
Our next case is on page 7, Inspector Will Snyder, case number CE 200912558, case address 1201 Northwest 4th Street, owner 6th Street Corp., property posted 4/19/21, posted at City Hall 4/15/21.
Good afternoon, Your Honor. Code Officer Will Snyder, City of Fort Lauderdale Code Enforcement, presenting case CE 1258 for the property located at 1201 Northwest 4th Street. This property was first inspected by former code officer Roberta Jones on October 1st, 2020, and given 30 days to correct for the following violations. 9-313A, the property is not identified by approved house numbers. This was brought into compliance December 23rd, 2020. 18-12A, there is overgrowth, trash, rubbish, debris on property and or to swale. This violation was brought into compliance February 3rd, 2021. The following violations still remain. 9-305B, the landscape at this property is not being maintained in a neat and well-kept appearance. There are areas of dead and missing ground cover. And finally, 9-306, the exterior building walls have not been maintained. Structural parts, including the fascia and soffits, are in disrepair. And there are areas of the exterior that have holes, stains, and missing or peeling paint. The city is requesting 42 days to correct the remaining violations or a fine of $50 per violation for each day thereafter.
I find those violations do exist. 42 days to comply, $50 per day thereafter.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you. Our next case is on page 11. Senior Inspector Linda Holloway, case number CE 191000353. Case address 639 Northwest 6th Avenue, owner Sunshine Shipyard LLC. Property posted 3/27/21, posted at City Hall 4/15/21.
Good morning again, Your Honor. Inspector Linda Holloway on behalf of the city, presenting case CE 191000353, property address 639 Northwest 6th Avenue. This property was cited on October 4th, 2019 by former Code Inspector Roberta Jones, and the following violations were observed. 18-4C is complied, 9-306 is complied, 18-12A is complied, 47-21.11.A. The landscaping at this property is not maintained. There are areas of bare missing lawn cover on the property and on the swale area. I have been in contact with Bruno Franco regarding the violations and corrective actions. The city is requesting 10 days or a fine of $25 per day thereafter for the remaining violation.
I'm sorry, 10 days?
Yes, 10 days or $25 per day thereafter for the remaining violation.
I find the violation does exist. 10 days to comply, $25 per day thereafter.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Our next case is on page 12, Senior Inspector Linda Holloway, case number CE 20120807. Case address 824 Northwest 15th Avenue, owner YN Investments LLC. Property posted 3/27/21, posted at City Hall 4/15/21.
Thank you. Linda Holloway, City of Fort Lauderdale, case number CE 201200807, property address 824 Northwest 15th Avenue. This property was in compliance as of this morning, April 29th.
Thank you. Our next case is on page 13. Case number CE 210106669. Case address 1013 Northwest 11th Court, owner Hubert E. Smith. Property posted 3/27/21, posted at City Hall 4/15/21.
I'm sorry, can you repeat that?
On page 13, case number CE 210106669. Case address 1013 Northwest 11th Court.
Oh, okay. I thought you said 7th Court. I'm sorry. Inspector Linda Holloway on behalf of the city, presenting case CE 210106669, property address 1013 Northwest 11 Court. The property was inspected on January 21st, 2011, and the following violations were observed. 18-1, there is a motorcycle being stored on the porch this property that is creating a public nuisance. It is being maintained in such a manner that the property is or may become infested or inhabited by rodents, vermins, or wild animals, or may furnish a breeding place for mosquitoes and threaten or endanger the public health, safety, and welfare, or may adversely affect and impair economic welfare of the adjacent properties. 47-34.1 .A.1. There is outdoor storage consisting of, but not limited to, multiple boats, coolers, a trailer, and other miscellaneous items. Outdoor storage is prohibited in this RS8 zoning district per the ULDR table 47-5.11. 9-305B, the landscape on the swell of this property is not being maintained in a neat, well-kept appearance. There are areas of deading, missing ground cover on the property, including the swell. On Tuesday, April 20, I'm sorry, at the time of my inspection, I spoke with the owner's son-in-law, Bendy, and issued red tag allowing 24 hours to remove the boat that was located on the swell at that time, and an inspection report for the remaining violations. On Tuesday, April 27th, Supervisor Davila and myself met with the property owner, Mr. Smith, at the property to discuss the remaining violations. My pre-hearing inspection on that day shows that all the violations remain as depicted on the photos. The city is requesting $35. The city is requesting 35 days to comply or a fine of $25 per day thereafter per violation be imposed.
I find the violations do exist, 35 days to comply, $25 per day thereafter.
Thank you.
Our next case is on page 14. Senior Inspector Linda Holloway, case number CE 21020624, case address 1447 Northwest 6th Street, owner Larry G. James, property posted 4/1/2021, posted at City Hall 4/15/21.
Thank you. Inspector Linda Holloway, on behalf of the city of Fort Lauderdale, presenting case CE 21020624, property address 1447 Northwest 6th Street. The property was cited on February 19th, 2021 by former code officer Von Malakias, and the following violations were observed. 9-306. The exterior building walls have not been maintained. Structural parts, including fascia, found in disrepair. Inspector Malakias posted a copy of the inspection report on the property and mailed a copy to the owner listed on BCPA as well. A pre-hearing inspection conducted on Tuesday, April 27th shows that the violation remains as depicted in the photos. That very same day, I spoke with the property manager, Elise Lindstrom. She's aware of the corrections that need to be made and that a permit may be required. The city is requesting 49 days to comply or a fine of $50 per day thereafter.
I find the violation does exist, 42 days to comply, $50 per day thereafter.
Thank you, Your Honor.
49, thank you.
Yes.
49 days to comply.
Yes. Thank you.
Our next case is on page 16, Senior Inspector Linda Holloway, case number CE 21020829, case address 646 Northwest 10th Terrace, owner Suhan Dorothy Lee, property posted 4/1/21, posted at City Hall 4/15/21.
Thank you. And lastly, Linda Holloway, on behalf of the city, presenting case CE 21020829, property address 616 Northwest 10th Terrace. The property was signed on February 24th, 2021 by former code officer Von Malakias, and the following violations were observed. 9-280B. There are building parts which are deteriorated and not maintained, such as cupboards, interior doors, walls, baseboards, interior ceilings, windows, and cabinets. 9-280F. The plumbing at this property is in disrepair and not being maintained in proper working order. 9-280G. There are electrical wires and accessories not maintained in good, safe working condition, including but not limited to wires exposed on the outside, non-covered electrical meter box. 9-27C3. There are rodents, vermins, and other pests at this location. 1812A. There is overgrowth, trash, rubbish, and debris on the property and or its swell. 47-13 34.1.A.1 there are outdoor storage items scattered about the front eastern side of this RS8 zoned property. This is an illegal land use per section 47-5.19 points. A pre-hearing inspection conducted on April 28th shows that the property is now vacant. I did contact the former complainant. She stated that she had moved out. Therefore, I was unable to enter the interior to verify compliance of the interior inspections. Violation 47-34.1.A.1 is complied. All other violations remain. The city is requesting 10 days to comply or $25 per day thereafter.
I find the remaining violations do exist. 10 days to comply, $25 per day thereafter.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Our next case is on page 19, Inspector Rodriguez Xantis, case number CE 2012050, case address 1217 Northwest 18th Avenue, owners Leon and Easter Bentley, property posted 3/31/21, posted at City Hall 4/15/21.
Good afternoon, Your Honor. Inspector Xantis on behalf of the City of Fort Lauderdale. Community Enhancement, case number CE 2012-0550, property address 1712 Northwest 18th Ave. This property was first inspected on December 17, 2020. The following were observed. 18-1 is complied. 9-2H1, the chain link fence at this property is in disrepair and is not being maintained as required. The support bar is bent. There are holes and missing section in the fence. Violation 9-304B. There are vehicles parked on the grass lawn area. The paved driveway is not well graded. There are cracks and holes, and the blacktop is fitted. Violation 18-12A is complied. Violation 9-305B. The landscape is not being maintained. There is missing and bare areas of lawn cover on the property in swale area. A notice of hearing was posted on the property on March 31st, 2021, and a pre-hearing inspection was conducted on April 23rd, 2021, shows as depicted on the photos. The city is requesting 63 days to comply or a fine of $50 per day per violation.
I find that each remaining violation does exist, 63 days to $50 per day there.
Our next case on page 19, case number CE 2101053, case address 1125 Northwest 10th Place. Owners Sharon Robinson and Johnny Walker. Property posted 4/9/21, posted at City Hall 4/15/21.
Good afternoon again, Your Honor. Inspector Xantis on behalf of the City of Fort Lauderdale Community Enhancement, case number CE 2101-0533, property address 1511 Northwest 10th Place. This property was first inspected on January 15, 2021, and the following violation were observed. Violation 18-12A is complied. Violation 18-1 is complied. Violation 9-313A is complied. Violation 9-306 is complied. Violation 9-305B. The landscape at this property is not being maintained in a neat and a well-kept appearance. There are areas of dead and missing ground cover on the swale area. Violation 9-304 is complied. Violation 9-308A is complied. Violation 9-308B is complied. The city is requesting 63 days to correct the violation or a fine of $50 per day per violation.
And the remaining violations exist, 63 days to comply, $50 per day thereafter.
Violation 9-305 is not complied. The only one.
Our next case on page 22, Inspector Bovrig Xantis, Inspector Christine Caserta, presenting case number CE 21020600, case address 1574 Northwest 6th Street, owner Benjamin Thomas. Property posted for 121, posted at City Hall for 1521.
Good morning, Your Honor. Christina Caserta, Code Compliance Officer on behalf of the City of Fort Lauderdale, presenting a case for Bovary Xantis regarding case number CE 21020600 for the property located at 1574 Northwest 6th Street. And this property was first inspected on February 17th, 2021 by Inspector Vaughn Malakias, and the following violations were discovered. Section 9-280B, there are electrical wires and accessories not maintained in good, safe working condition, including but not limited to wires exposed on the outside non-covered electrical meter box. Section 9-306 is complied. A notice of hearing was posted on the property on April 1st, 2021. A pre-hearing inspection on April 23rd, 2001 shows the violation 9-280B remains as depicted on the photos. The city is requesting 21 days to comply or a fine of $50 per day.
I find that 9-280G does exist. 21 days to comply, $50 per day thereafter.
Okay, there's a correction to the section that is not in compliance. It should be section 9-280G. I apologize.
Okay, very good.
Thank you.
Okay.
Pleasure.
Hey.
Our next case is on page 29, hearing to impose fines. Case number FC 200-20011. Case address 490 Southeast 21st Street, numbers 1 through 7. Owners William Rebluck and Ronald Rogoski Estate. This case was first heard on 1/14/21 to comply by 2/25/21. Section not complied at $100 per day. $6,300 accrued. The city's requesting full amount and fines continue to accrue.
The city's request is granted.
Our next case is on page 30. Case number CE 200-30268. Case address 2990 West Broad Boulevard, owner 7-Eleven Inc., Inspector Dorian Cologne. This case was first heard on 1/14/21 to comply by 1/28/21. One section complied at $50 per day. $1,300 accrued, and the city's requesting full amount.
City's request is granted.
Our next case is on page 31, case number CE 200-50140. Case address 3831 Southwest 11th Street. Owner TAH 2017-2 Borrow LLC, in care of Tricon American Homes LLC. This case was first heard on 1/14/21 to comply by 1/28/21. 6 sections not complied at $50 per day. $27,300 accrued. The city is requesting full amount and fines continue to accrue.
City's request is granted.
On page 32 for case number CE-19120-584, there was a request for an extension. However, there was no respondent, so fines will continue to accrue.
Okay, so will be denied for failure to appear.
Thank you. Our next case is on page 33, case number CE-20101164, case address 2640 Middle River Drive. Owner Irene Wodarczyk. Property was cited on 12/10/2020 to comply by 12/15/2020. One section not complied at $200 per day, $27,000 accrued. The city is requesting full amount and fines continue to accrue.
Okay, city's request is granted.
On page 34, case number CE-20110531, case address 1012 Southwest 5th Place, owner Roshan Asset Management LLC. The property was cited on 12/10/2020 to comply by 12/15/2020. One section not complied at $200 per day, $27,000 accrued. The city is requesting full amount and fines continue to accrue.
City's request is granted.
On page 36, case number CE-2010160 has been withdrawn. Case number CE-2010101 has been withdrawn. On page 37, case number CE-2010121 has been rescheduled. Case number CE-2010123 has been rescheduled. Our next case is on page 39. Case number CE-2008005, case address 320 Southwest 12th Court. Owners Amy and Vincent Alwalk. This case was first heard on 9/9/2020 to comply by 7/31/2020. One section complied at $250 per day, $5,250 accrued. This is a request to vacate the order of September 9th, 2020 and impose a fine of $250.
Okay, all right, so the city's request to vacate the order is granted.
And to impose a fine of $250.
And a fine of $250 is imposed.
Thank you. Our next case is on page 40. Case number FC 200600012. Case address 3278 Davie Boulevard. Owner Soraya Holdings 2 Inc. This case was first heard on 1/14/21 to comply by 2/25/21. Two sections complied at $200 per day, $7,600 accrued, and the city is requesting no fines.
The city's request is granted.
Oh, sorry, on page 38, case number CE-2011076 has been rescheduled. The city is requesting to enter pages 42 and 43. I'm sorry. Good afternoon, Sonia. You had your hand raised. Sonia Burrows.
Yes. Oh,
You had,
yes.
you had your hand raised. How can we assist you?
I had a question. I was listening. I wasn't sure. So on my, when they heard my case, he gave me 90 days. Are fines going to accrue those 90 days while I get the work done?
No, ma'am. They give you a 91 days to come into compliance, or the fines will begin to accrue after that.
Okay, okay. Because it sounded like, okay, all right. That's what I just wanted to make sure. Okay. And I didn't, okay. Should I have asked for a continuance of 90 day, or if I have permitting issues, can I, and this looks like the permits are coming late, can I come in before the 90 days and ask for a continuance?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, okay. All right. Thank you.
You're welcome.
All right.
Thank you. So the city is requesting to enter pages 42 and 43 into today's hearing as an exhibit. It is the city's list of complied, closed, withdrawn, and rescheduled cases.
Granted, yes.
Your Honor, would you like to start lien reduction? Would you like a break before we start lien reduction? Would you like to start lien reduction, or would you like
No, let's take 5 minutes.
Our lien reduction hearing will begin in approximately 5 minutes, and we thank you so very kindly for your patience. afternoon and welcome to this